registered already to the seminar. We are going to wait a couple of minutes more and then proceed with the program. You will remember we invited you all to provide us with your reading suggestions to the summer. I hope this has been a fruitful summer, a summer that I hope you have all been able to enjoy after the ease of the pandemic measures. I will share a short presentation with you and try to introduce the topic of the day, which is centered towards the global climate governance in the making. We are purposely trying to kind of see into the current events and also look beyond the some of the political developments that are going on right now and may seem irrelated to the issues that are concerned with climate, and we are going to try to understand what is actually happening this year and what may hopefully happen towards the end of the year, more precisely in November in Glasgow, where there's the next UN climate conference scheduled for this year, as you know. This is a seminar of the circular expert practitioners. Quite a few of you are circular expert practitioners already, and if you'd like to know a little bit more about it, the benefits and the privileges and also opportunities that may arise from this, please have a look at our website, Circular Business Academy, and let us know if you're interested to join the club and continue following our events and our Circular Business Academy agenda more closely. So what are the questions that we would like to raise today? Is this global climate governance finally falling into shape? I would like to understand a little bit more, the question of the tipping points related to the climate change, and would like to understand better what is the global response going to be, and what is the progress on this issue. So and certainly we are interested to see whether we can confront the inevitable impact of the accelerated climate change, and what does this mean for business beyond this year. There has been an important piece of reading published in early August, the 6th report of the International Panel for Climate Change, which has released some important warnings. I'm going to come back to that. Let me first introduce the program of the day. Our first part will start with a presentation of COP26 scheduled for the upcoming November. We've got Ben Stride with us, who's the second secretary at the Embassy of the United Kingdom in Ljubljana. Welcome, Ben. I'm really happy that you could make it. And we are pleased that you will be able to open this program with putting some straightforward information up front that will certainly help us discuss further our interests. This will be followed by Christoph Pünzmann, our regular speaker, experienced banking and finance professional, founder of Highbrook, a financial advisory seated in Frankfurt. And Christoph has done some readings for us, and will try to answer what it means, especially what the warnings that I referred to before actually mean for the business environment. Our third speaker, Katja Kleb, from B Solutions, that I'm welcoming here with us. Katja is a psychologist and a researcher. She's also an HR professional for the last many years. I'm not going to tell you how many, but enough. And her primary interest is the development of consciousness with decision makers and organizations. So she will try to relate the chances of collective response to climate mitigation and potential reversibility of current trends that are definitely worrisome, with the consciousness of decision makers at different levels in our organizations in which we operate. So that definitely be very interesting. We're talking about companies. We are also talking about political decision making, and I'm really looking forward to her contribution. In the second part that starts at 2 p.m., Violeta Bulc, former EC commissioner and the curator of the eco-civilization, will relate the challenges of the climate change to the eco-civilization movement. Werner Kösler, who is a senior sustainability expert, will brief us on what it means, what this current situation means in terms of some specific industries that provide a major impact. And Vesna Lautijar, who is a researcher EJS researcher in Japan, will present the case of Japan. We have been virtually in Japan quite. I mean, the whole world has been in Tokyo and still is in Tokyo with the Paralympics this summer. So it will definitely be interesting to actually make this comparison and not stay too much focused only on the European continent. So that's a little bit about the program. Just some more inspiration that already relates to some reading suggestions. When it comes to tipping points, we can go back to the year 1972 and to the famous report of the Club of Rome titled "The Limits of Growth," which actually predicted the current troubles that we have been facing for this exact period. As you know, the report announced that sometime beyond the year 2020, the humanity might face the collapse caused by the drought of resources in comparison to the increased population, industrial output, pollution, and of course the lack of food and resources on the other side. So this topic is it has certainly been exposed very early, quite early in our industrial age, and the same research has been reiterated by the Melbourne Sustainable Society Institute in 2014, and actually the results were virtually the same. So, and I'm just pointing at one of the many, of course, many scientific contributions in the last 50 years that contributed to early warnings. Obviously, this was not enough. And when it comes to our summer readings, The Economist somehow preceded and the publication of the IPCC report by a couple of weeks, placing the the 3 degrees centigrade increase in the average global temperature as a realistic possibility. I believe that Christoph will have some more on that as well. This is really perhaps the main message of the 6th assessment report by the International Panel for Climate Change, where we can read some worrisome statements. I am not going to go through all this. Of course, it's quite a lot. The report has got some 3,000 pages. The executive summary is worth reading. It has got slightly more than 50 pages, and I'm going to leave these slides with you, which are taken from the highlights for the decision makers and the report on the current state of climate, which where obviously the 3-degree centigrade possibility is explicitly exposed, as you can see on the screen, and even much more likely than it was reported before. We see a further warning that a very deep reductions in carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions should happen if we want to avoid quite drastic scenarios. We also see that the ocean and land carbon sinks are projected to be less effective, and many changes are already now can be considered irreversible for centuries, especially those related to oceans, the ice sheets, and the global sea level. So it means that the global sea level will not start rising in 2000 and at the end of the century, in 2100. The so-called low likelihood outcomes, like ice sheet collapse and so on, cannot be ruled out. And quite some bold actions are called for in this report, as you can see in this last section, about how to limit and mitigate these changes. By this, I'd just like to turn to the last, let's say, point of reference before I hand over to Mr. Ben Stride from the UK Embassy in Ljubljana. We do have quite high expectations before the meeting in Glasgow, and I am sure that this is a good topic to start with, and to see what is happening, how the preparations are evolving for this important meeting. We are seeing a convergence here of several national and supranational policies related to climate change mitigation, such as the European one, and we see the leadership of the UK, who is presiding the G7 this year. As you see on the screen, the COP26 is organized in the UK in partnership with Italy. Italy is currently holds the presidency of G20. So these are some of the important contexts that provide, the preparatory framework for what may happen in Glasgow, and what may happen should certainly be related to a bolder global and coordinated response to the worrisome development. By this, I would like to hand over to Ben. Please, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, Yuri. Can I just check, can everybody hear me okay?
Please, please.
Excellent, good. Well, it's a pleasure to be able to join you today. Thank you for having me. I will talk for about 10-15 minutes or so around COP26, which is being hosted in Glasgow this November. And then I'm very happy to take any questions. Before I do, I think you've put the context really well there, and I think this is a very interesting set of discussions today. And I particularly liked the question the overarching question is climate governance finally fully coming into shape? Because it certainly seems as if there has been a shift in the international approach towards climate change over the last 18 months to 2 years or so, I would say. And this seems to be coming greater and greater over the course of the last 6 months as well. Numerous climate events have drawn attention to what the impact of a heating world may look like. And that's been reconciled by the launch, as you said, recently by the IPCC report, which I think really starkly brought home to people, to policymakers, to business leaders, to everyone around the world, just what the impact of this is going to have. And so COP26 for the UK is not, firstly, it's our priority for this year, priority to deliver an ambitious outcome to what will be, we anticipate, one of the most important international meetings ever to take place. Interestingly, it would also be the biggest international meeting the UK has ever hosted, which was quite something. About 30,000 people also, I think, are expected to be in Glasgow. But it also takes place within the context, as you say, of a broader governance structure that's coming together. And we've seen, as you said, I'll turn shortly. I'll turn to the recent discussions around the G7. You've also mentioned the G20 as well. When it comes to COP itself, there are many aspects to it that we are looking for as COP presidency, but I think you've highlighted the most important one, which is to generate global action and global commitments and global ambition in order to ensure that we have the best possible chance of as COP President designate Alex Sharma would say, to keep 1.5 degrees alive. In other words, to give every opportunity to ensure that we limit warming by 2100 to 1.5 degrees or as close as possible, and certainly to well below 2 degrees centigrade. Because the implications for not doing so are almost exponential in terms of the impact they're going to have. So that's the sort of the broad aim, if you like. And of course, underpinning all that is a huge range of activities that need to happen. Firstly, in terms of government commitments and pathways in terms of how it's going to happen. And then secondly, sort of digging down a bit deeper into what that actually means practically. So in the first instance, what we've been doing is encouraging governments around the world to make substantive commitments to both in terms of what we call net zero. So as I'm sure you know, substantive commitments to be net zero by 2050, but more importantly, also to submit increasingly ambitious and challenging and stretching nationally determined contributions, NDCs, up to 2030. And this is the pathway which says, which commits countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by a certain amount by 2030. And the reason I think this is so important is that action needs to be taken now. So the net zero 2050 goal is important to enshrine in terms of a goal, but unless action is taken now, the ability to hit net zero by 2050 is significantly compromised. And so we are very keen to ensure that COP26 is a galvanizing event which provokes countries to really think carefully and commit to strong NDC goals. The UK has done so ourselves in terms of committing to a 68% drop in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. We were very pleased and encouraged to see the recent publication of the European Union's Fit for 55 package, which does the same. And of course, we've also recently seen commitments by a whole range of countries, including the US and including China, by for its net zero by 2060. Within that, there's basically four main focuses of the COP26 that will be the main kind of driver of the meeting itself. The first of these is around taking action around mitigation. So this is about this is linked to the NDCs and the commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Secondly, it's about adaptation, and this is a recognition, I think, reinforced by the IPCC report, that even if we stopped everything now, the impact of what we've seen of global warming up to now will continue to happen in due course. And so even with the best outcome, we still need to take effort to adapt to climate change. And that will be different for different countries. So recently, the floods in Germany and Belgium and the Netherlands, for example, reinforced some of the challenges there. In particular, though, places like vulnerable islands and coastal areas that are going to be affected by sea level rise. So adaptation is a crucial element of this, and linked to that, very importantly linked to that, and the area that CPD Alok Sharma is particularly focused on is one around finance, and this is making sure that there is a global commitment to I guess effectively put our money where our mouths are and commit a regular $100 billion to climate adaptation and supporting vulnerable communities, because we have to recognise that for some countries climate change will have a greater impact now than others, and therefore in order to develop and stimulate global coordination and working together, ensuring that those vulnerable countries can see the commitment made by other countries is very, very important. And then finally, there's a focus on nature-based solutions. And this is looking at the way in which we can protect biodiversity and we can protect natural habitats in order to try and support this. And then running alongside all that is the importance of what we refer to as completing the Paris Rulebook. So ensuring that the bits of the Paris Agreement in 2015 that were perhaps not confirmed and not concluded are concluded, that we have a completely agreed, aligned position to move forward. Just moving on a little bit further on that. Two other areas that will be of interest to you, I think, in terms of COP26 is the focus on energy transition. So this is most regularly focused around the phase out of coal, but of course energy transition is a huge subject, a just transition between sort of, for want of a better word, dirtier energy sources to cleaner energy sources, and all of the impact that has. And then also the link to transport and the importance of developing net zero transport solutions, and how that impacts upon daily life and everything. And I think that's also linked probably to some other interesting aspects around the growing green finance agenda. So this idea that companies will need to increasingly be aware of their exposure to climate change. How do you factor that in? How do you bank on that or account for that, if you like? The COP itself will be a 2-week meeting, starting at the beginning of November and running through for the next 2 weeks. It will incorporate a number of different aspects. It will start with a World Leaders Summit. So there'll be 2 days where world leaders will come together to set the scene and set the the atmosphere or the context, if you like. And then there will be a series of targeted days over the course of the next 10 days or so, focusing on those areas I've looked at, so finance, energy, transport and public environment, and nature. And then the second week will be a lot of focus on the negotiations themselves. As you can imagine, it is a complicated event to deliver in the context of a pandemic. We are very keen to ensure that it does go ahead in person. And at the moment, every effort is being made to ensure that that is the case. My expectation is that it will, but certainly there is no, we are not in any way, shape or form undermining or underestimating the challenge of this when you've got so many people coming from all over the world. However, in the build up to COP, there has been a number of set piece events. You saw the G7 Leaders Summit in Cornwall in June, which had a significant climate and environment aspect to it. We also held a PreCop ministerial on the 25th of July in London in person, which brought together 40 key environment ministers to start the discussions around some of the outstanding issues around COP. And that was, I'm pleased to say, that included the Slovenian Environment Minister Vizjak. And one of the key things that came out of this meeting was the realization of just how important it is to have people in person for negotiations, and that that was some very strong feedback from the participants to say we really need to be, if we can, we really need to be together to do this. It just makes so much more difference. You can do a huge amount, as we all know. You can do a huge amount virtually. It can be done, but it's a much more effective in person. So that's something we are striving for. We are now within 100 days till COP, and so we are continuing to work very carefully with countries to deliver on these NDCs, to ensure people understand what it is that we're looking for. And I think the two last things I'll say before I wrap up is, of course, the environment doesn't end on the middle of November. COP26 is a big set piece milestone, but of course things continue afterwards. And so I think that the bit of the focus you've got today on what happens next is really, really important, and it's key for us to sort of ensure that we don't lose the momentum. And in that light, there's also some work going on around something called Race to Zero, which is it's a global campaign which is looking to bring businesses, cities, regions, and investors together to try and help unlock sustainable growth. And that's led by the UN high-level climate champion Nigel Topping and Gonzalo Munoz. So this is an idea about trying to generate continued activity and action around that. And there are a range of other initiatives out of COP, which hopefully will continue to bolster and support countries and entities and businesses as we move forward. Things like the Powering Past Coal Alliance, for example, which is a group of countries that have committed to phase out coal and share best practice and expertise. I think I'd finish up by saying, certainly Alok Sharma will always, you'll always hear him say that this isn't going to be easy. The decisions that are facing us are very, very serious and significant, and they do require a lot of thinking, a lot of effort, and I guess to a certain extent, there will be some elements of change that are needed. But hopefully, what COP can demonstrate is global responsibility, global commitment, global action, and provide a really important bedrock for moving forward in what is probably going to be the most important decade, which is the next decade up to 2030. It is a complicated subject, and I apologize if I've skimmed over some elements of it. I'm very happy to take any questions. I will do my best to answer them. If I can't answer them, I'll also do my best to find the answers for you. And I hope that was useful.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben. Thank you very much, Ben Stride. I think this was very exhaustive, given the limited time that we have. a very sharp overview of all the main points that comprise this important milestone event. And certainly we would like to take advantage of your participation with some questions. Please, ladies and gentlemen, you simply can, switch on your microphone, possibly also switch on your camera and ask a question. Anybody? While you are warming up, I have some questions, and I would just like to get back to the main objectives. You mentioned two cutoff years. I mean, getting to the net zero by the half of the century, right? By 2050 should be the focal goal, let's say, of all the initiatives and commitments that hopefully will be taken or strengthened at the meeting. However, there are other important milestones which relate to a sharp decrease in the CO2 emissions, but also in some other transitional actions, and typically relate to 2030, where at least you cited the UK, and the European Union somehow has a very similar parallel agenda to that. So reducing, getting to the net zero by the half of the century should keep us within the limits set in Paris. That is not going too far away from 1.5 global increase. Is this the focal point of all the negotiations that then you, as you have said, are going to take place in the second half of the meeting? And I understand that these negotiations are really about the explicit commitments that can be taken at national level, at national levels of all participating countries. Is this the desired outcome? I mean, I would like to, help understand, what we can expect, what will be the actual consequence in terms of potential agreements, how these agreements will look like later on, or we can call it agreements, we can call it commitments of participating countries, because we are talking about participants at national levels, right? In countries are here in primary roles, right? So it's about a political agreement. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, I think so. It's about ensuring that there's an acceptance, I think, of the high level points around this is happening and it needs to be dealt with, and then the question of what does that look like? And so on the overarching, what does the world need to do to keep 1.5 degrees alive? Well, there's certain things that have to happen if that's going to be the case, and that includes moving towards net zero, but recognizing that this is not necessarily something. So, for example, you could commit to net zero by 2050. Country X commit to net zero by 2050, and then but then plan to do all of its net zeroing in 2040, for example. The point is that the net zeroing has to start now. It has to be building up to deliver a net in 2050, and so of course there'll need to be negotiations. This issue has always been subject to negotiations, between different factors. So some countries who are developing countries. There's always been a debate around the role of China as well, in terms of the size of China and India as developing countries as well. So I'm sure that will continue to frame the discussions. But I think the aim is almost to sort of try and get beyond that a little bit and have a accepted understanding that this is going to cause different issues to different countries in different ways, but it is going to affect everyone. and therefore the difficult decisions that individual countries have to take, whether it's phasing out coal, for example, and then the obvious next question is, okay, so you phase out coal, and then what happens next? What do you replace coal with? Can you replace coal with renewables? Are you able, is that possible in the country that you live in? Maybe is, maybe isn't. Maybe some countries are better than that. So, but that doesn't remove the fact that you still need to phase out some forms of electricity, emissions. Some countries are going to be much better set up for transitioning to a zero emissions transport sector. But again, so I think that that's going to be sort of the detail of the discussion is within the framework, within the umbrella of what needs to happen by 2050, making sure that we have a clear understanding that we're all agreed on this and that it needs to move forward. And I think that's one of the reasons why before COP, at the moment in the run-up to COP, a lot of the work has been done on working with countries to make those 2030 commitments before COP as a way of generating momentum, so that when COP starts, there's already a large group, and there is already a large group of countries that have already said we are making these commitments, and therefore you generate a sort of, I suppose, a virtuous circle of recognition that this is important, and people can see that others are taking action. But I think also I would go back to this point about for some countries, and 2050 is a definable point, but there are a large number of countries where they're facing this today, not least the vulnerable island states. And so again, it's about making sure that there's global ownership of this issue isn't just viewed through a developed industrial nation prism of, well, we'll phase out this and we'll introduce that, and etc. etc. In the meantime, sea level rises are happening, and therefore that's why the focus on finance has to be there as well, because we need to show collective support to help those countries that are already facing this challenge.
Right. You've mentioned the meeting that took place in Cornwall between finance ministers of the most important industrial countries of the world, that have kind of set the pace of the global convergence in this area. Is this I mean, how would you comment then that there has been quite some leadership said by the European Union, and the UK has been in the last years perhaps a bridge between the European continent and some global actions taken already, perhaps at the level of the United Nations in this area. Are you optimistic that we could have very soon, some uniform standards of what we consider to be green and what we could consider to be acceptable to be financed in the future in terms of industries or specific sectors or even specific companies, and could the financial markets largely adhere to that within a reasonable period of time?
I think that's a really good question. I mean, I can't say myself. I'm not close enough to that detail to really understand where we are getting to that point. However, I think you're absolutely right that, and we actually had some interesting discussions within the embassy on this with colleagues from the British Caribbean Chamber of Commerce last November, when we talked about this question of a broader question around green finance, and hearing about some of the expertise there about how, I guess, twofold. Number one, the increasing, as I said before, the increasing importance of companies being able to accurately account for their risk on climate change in the way that they would on risk in a range of other scenarios, and how does that get baked into things like stock market valuation and all that kind of stuff. But then secondly, as well, as you say, there's also going. I think the expectation is like that the market economics of a lot of this will change as countries and companies look to avoid getting stuck with, I guess, what you would refer to as stranded assets, whereby coal plants or other things may be, in the current circumstances, may be very economically viable, but actually, if that coal phase out is going to happen, increasingly that may be less and less the case. And I think that's something which I expect probably may well happen, but I don't have enough knowledge of the detail to say how close we are to that happening. But even, you know, my sense is that is happening to a certain extent holistically anyway. Slovenia has already issued its sustainable bond. There's a lot of green finance going on in the UK, in the city at the moment as well. And I think this is probably links back to one of the things which, again, taking Mr. Sharma, he would point out is, in the past, a lot of this debate, I think, has been in the context of, it's a kind of a zero-sum game. You either have economic growth or you take action on climate change. And the arguments that he would make and that we would make is that those don't have to be mutually exclusive. That right. There is a positive sum benefit here. And of course, that's linked to, as you all know better than I do, you know, that's linked to things around the circular economy as well. This idea that there will be opportunities here for investors, businesses, etc., wishing to take them.
Indeed, and a very good point that you have raised. In conclusion, the COP26 is going to be some sort of Olympics in terms of the organizational effort that the UK is taking. I mean, we've been through this. I mean, and then we can recall that it was not easy for Tokyo to host such a huge global event, and it is, in a way, it's comparable because it's going to be people flying from all over the world, and of course in the pandemic times this is extremely delicate. So of course any further comment to that is welcome, because it will help us imagine how this will evolve. And in any case, we all wish you good luck. We wish you good luck to the UK. And if there's anything, you know, you as a representative of the embassy would like to address related to that, I mean, let's do it now, so we are going to be aware of the collaborative effort that we all have to take to contribute for this dialogue to happen and to conclude with the greatest success possible. Any further comment to that, or information that you can disclose at this point, so that it helps us imagine, you know, this, well, the dimension.
I think you put it really, that's a very good analogy, actually, a climate Olympics. I'm not involved in the logistics around it, but of course, priority number one is to ensure that there is a robust and responsible approach towards managing things within a pandemic. There will be, as you can imagine, there will be quite strict protocols in place, or very, very strict protocols in place. Limits on where people can go, and try and sort of manage delegations so that we can almost operate within a bubble, if you like. People will fly in, they will go to the event, they will take part in the event, and then they will leave. I think it's, you know, it's right to say that this is under constant review. But I think it's also important to emphasize that the expectation is that we'll go ahead in person. Obviously that's not going to be done in a way that is brings any risk or increases any risk that we would look to avoid. That the event itself is a very sort of complex governance area as well, because it means the UK government working very closely with the Scottish government. The Scottish government has responsibility for health policy as a devolved responsibility, so there's an important connection there as well. But I'm pretty, you know, there's a lot of people working on this, and I'm pretty confident that it will go through very, very successfully. and take place. And then the key thing will be, once everyone gets there, that the negotiations go smoothly, and that's one of the things we're working on. And just before I go, finally, we're working obviously very closely here in the embassy with colleagues in the Slovenian ministries. Slovenia, as EU presidency, will be playing a very, very important role coordinating EU activity in this area. And I'm pleased to say there's some really strong connections between us and Slovene colleagues. And we've had a number of visits to help support that, including Alok Sharma in July, and we've got some visitors next week as well. So I'm very, very confident about the strength of the relationship on this between Slovenia and UK. And of course, Slovenia has some fantastic examples to provide in terms of its commitment to biodiversity and environmental protection, etc., etc. So yeah, think I'm very confident that it will go ahead, and I just hope that it is. You know, we need to be open-eyed and realistic. The UK is the COP presidency, which means we play a coordinating and convening role. We act as an icebreaker in this. We have to convene the parties to come together to negotiate, which is what we're doing. And we would hope and expect that this will set the tone for climate action going forward.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you for all these nice words of cooperation with Slovenia and its presidency of the EU right now, the EU Council. There was a hand raised by Katja Hleb. Katja, would you like to take floor and ask a question, please?
If there is still time, otherwise I can wait and just join in the general debate.
We don't want to miss your question, so please.
Okay, thank you. Maybe it was more suited for the very beginning because you wrapped it up so beautifully now, the both of you, but still, if you allow me, I'll pose the question. So there is a lot of debate about the air pollution and about the water being put on all sorts of strains, and we are all into understanding this very clearly. Like the common footprint that is far too big, we all understand that. But I miss the debate on the soil that is very, very compromised, and we all know that. So there is never ever debate about the soil, like the source of our food, the source of our bodies, the source of everything. Maybe your comments and thoughts about that?
That's a really good question. I don't really have anything specific I can say about that, which probably reinforces the point that you're making, which is that the discussion is often around emissions and that sort of thing. But I think my sense is that you're right. Of course, soil degradation, whether that's through industrial processes or just through climate change or whatever, is likely to have a huge impact. So I imagine many of the discussions around that would be likely to take place on the day that's focused around nature and nature-based solutions. But I do confess I don't really have any detail around the extent to which that will feature heavily. But I take your point completely. I think it's a really interesting one. Sorry, I don't have any detail.
No, I'm very, very happy because I feel that we agree that this is a viable point, and we don't need to discuss everything in 1 hour, right? But for as long as it is on the table, it has the chance to be solved.
That's yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Katja, for raising this. You're absolutely right. It is an undervalued aspect of climate and crisis and resource crisis mitigation. And I would like to thank once more to Ben Stride from the UK Embassy in Ljubljana for helping us get more insights into the upcoming COP26. We are going to, of course, follow the preparations through this and other channels. You've mentioned the British Slovenian Chamber of Commerce, of course, another platform where this discussion will continue to evolve, and not only there. We are really thankful, and I think this was a very good start of the day, and I suggest that we proceed on our agenda. I understand that Ben will have to leave us at some point because he has got some other engagements today. Anyhow, you are welcome to stay as long as you can with us, and of course, so we are looking forward to any potential future cooperations with you and with the embassy in the near future. Thank you again.
Thank you. I'll need to head off now, but that's much appreciated. Have a nice day, everybody. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on, on our program, we are going to look into this issue, about the possibility that the global warming may not stop at 1.5, or before we, of course, as the mankind successfully overturn this unfavorable development one way or another, but hopefully in a way that will help preserve our civilization. So and particularly it's really important to imagine what all this can mean for business, for the global finance that has already been addressed, but also for some specific industries. Christoph Püntmann, who is here with us, will start developing this topic. Werner Köstler, who is also with us today, and I'm welcoming him. He will take. He will speak in the afternoon session, and both of the gentlemen will largely contribute to some specific aspects of that. And I would like to ask Christoph to take the floor and lead us to his readings. So that will definitely help us getting ready for this very interesting autumn for all of us. Please, Christoph. We still cannot hear you. Of course, we cannot hear you. We can see you well, but we cannot. At least I can't hear you, Christoph. I can see you've been saying something, but I couldn't hear anything.
No sound.
No sound, yes. Okay. I don't think Christoph has seen that we can't hear him. Hello? Christoph, perhaps you have to unmute yourself somehow. Okay. Shall we ask Katja to go on with the consciousness topic, and then and meanwhile you will try to fix this with Sebastian, so that we will have you later on. Would that work? Well, unfortunately, I didn't get it. I didn't understand whether you can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So Katja goes now, and you go later. Okay, very well. I mean, Katja, would you mind taking the floor now? And in the meantime, we will fix the Christoph's microphone or whatever didn't work.
No, not at all. I got my water and I locked my cat out, so I'm ready.
All right. Okay. Very well.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to be in your company again. I thoroughly enjoyed Ben's contribution. And of course, Yuri, it's always a pleasure to listen to you because you read much that I don't ever read. So it's a kind of communion where everybody obviously contributes to everybody to the common thought. My contribution comes from completely another angle, and maybe it would be better really to be listened at after, let's say, Christopher's contribution, because I like to refer to your content with, I would name my theme, the context to it. But since the tech issues don't allow it, we'll just go with what we have, and I'll lean on maybe Ben's and your content a little bit when giving examples. I did prepare a few slides, so maybe I would try to share the screen in hopes that this technology works from my side. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes. Let's see. Does it work? Can
Yes.
you, yeah?
We can see the slides. Yes.
You can. Okay. Okay. So my summer reading list was very long since I really embarked on hopeless duty of doing my PhD, but I extorted 3 pieces for you that are very close to not only my subject, but hopefully to your way of being or the possibility of a better way of being. So my core theme is consciousness. Consciousness is something that cannot be captured by a human mind because it's simply much bigger than the human mind. So human mind is into the consciousness, not the other way around. However, with our human understanding, we can catch the glimpses of it. Due to that fact, many sciences try to glimpse it, and I'm approaching it from my angle, which is psychology. As Yuri mentioned, and he was polite enough not to number the years, it's more than 20. But in my career, I have seen really a lot of individuals, mainly high executives and government officials. I was also raised in such an environment, and my friends come from such environments. So I dare saying that I did have my fair share of sneak peeking into the souls of these people, to the souls and psyches. So I'll try to contribute from the angle what I think is the viable way of you to think or to maybe develop tomorrow in order to do your specific work much better. And your specific work is connected either to economic aspects, to the financial aspects, to the environmental aspects, whatever is your core expertise. So if your expertise were the sports, please understand my contribution as a general fitness training. It is not a specific training, it is a general fitness training. So it is not applicable directly, it is applicable indirectly. The first thought that I would like to share with you is because there is like consciousness has become a buzzword like sustainability and such, and it shouldn't be a buzzword. It's like too precious for that, and I would like to really emphasize the first thought, which is that consciousness is much bigger than any human, but it reflects in a human life. So every human actually is a bubble of consciousness that cannot capture the consciousness, but is definitely a part of it. And what human can do can enlarge the access to the pool of consciousness for himself due to the course of his or her life. So more consciousness that is reflected in a human life, of better use this life is to the self and to the others regarding any and every issue. So if you're a footballer, if you're a chair of any big event, if you are a teacher, a mother, or a CEO CEO of a large company, whatever, this holds true for you. So the 3 readings that I have done this summer are captured as such. The first is very, very specific, and I'll not bug you much with that, but I'll just present to you from the science of psychology, which is one of the sciences that captures consciousness. We can actually measure the level of consciousness a human being has aspired to. There is 5 levels that we have noted by now, and in very, very simplistic words, these 5 levels go like this. The basic distinction between one level and the other is what I am a subject to and what I am the object to. And in very simplified words, this means what I can go away from and observe from the distance, what I am capable to put some space in between two. So from myself and from that thing. So the first level that goes with the infant is infant feels that he is his instinct. He feels that he is his food, his source of food, his expressions and so, which is like really banal to the adult, right? But let's go on. On the second level, the person thinks, I am my toys and my direct possessions. We probably can think of adults that still are stuck in this phase, right? Then the third phase is I am my community. Many of us are stuck in this case, which means I am I am my community of intellectuals. I am my community of Slovenes. I am my community of the people that are presidenting European Union, right? At the moment. Then only on the fourth level, you go away from those identifications and you say, I am my self-authored thought. So what I have come up with in my head, this is what I am. And then on the fifth level, which is like not captured by many people on the planet today, I am beyond my body, I am beyond my thought, and I'm beyond my energy. This is a very, very difficult spot to achieve, and most of us have not achieved it. My challenge to you is that the people will have to come to this stage in order to solve the issues that we are solving also today on this spectrum. I will not go into the details with this. I'm just telling that psychologists have the inventory with which we can actually establish on what stage of thinking and being the person is. This is an example. I can share it later on, but since the time is scarce, I would like to go on. My second reading, actually, I was studying really a body of work by the person that is very, very accomplished in many ways in this world and definitely does have a huge understanding about the subject of consciousness, which is Sadhguru. Maybe some of you have heard of him or not, but he's really fully accomplished in every sense you can possibly imagine. He has 2 very big operations, one in India and one in the United States. He has 9 million people working for him. His business is more than $1 billion. He has spoken to each of big universities and big conventions, including being a keynote speaker at the last COP. So he's not somebody we should skip, I guess, and I definitely did not skip him in my studies. So I would go with his 4 major thoughts that I think are very relevant for us to consider before we consider thinking further the very relevant questions we are thinking about. What the science of yoga that he is explaining says is the following. First, the human being has 5 bodies: physical, mental, that includes thoughts and emotions, energetic body, etheric body, and blissful body. So most humans have only developed physical and mental body, and energetic bodies are very depleted. When Ben says we need to meet in person because it's very different, what he says in this language is if we do not exchange the momentum from our energetic bodies, not much happens because mental exchange is simply not enough. Okay, and the next thought that is really important and is, I think, one of the crucial thoughts of my today's presentation is that he explains about 4 bundles of intelligence Actually, there is 16 intelligences, but 4 bundles. And they go like this. The first is intellect. This is what we in the West understand as intelligence, which is the classical IQ and the level of education and the sharpness of our thought. Okay, but this is just one form of intelligence. The other form of intelligence is accumulated memory during your lifetime from your ancestors, collective memory and such. So when we react, when we think, when we compromise, when we comprehend, we always comprehend from the bank of that memory. There is no way you can ever avoid this memory. So it has to be taken into account. The third is very important, is the vastness of our identity. What he says, and I thought that was probably the thought of the summer for me. He says that the narrow identity with the very sharp and very educated intellect is a very, very dangerous thing and brings the dictatorship. So the broad identity has to be cultured first, and secondly, the sharp intellect has to be cultured in order to produce people that can produce the solutions of a big scope. And what we are talking about are definitely solutions of the highest scope. So what would be the narrow identity and what would be the broad identity? The narrow identity is I am a woman, I am a Slovene, I am a PhD student, I'm a mother. These are all very narrow identities. And at the end of this identity, I have a wall. Whatever falls into this wall, I protect. Whatever falls out of that wall, I exhaust. Okay, so we shall stop here for a moment because it's true for all of us. And the broad identity would be, this is what children are taught in kindergartens there before they're given any other specific education. And it goes like this. I am air, I am water, I am fire, I am earth, and I am the ether. Now, if you're all these things, would you ever consider consuming more than you need? Would you ever consider stepping onto any of these out of your needs that are not even authentic? You wouldn't. So this is, to me, really very important. And the fourth level of intelligence is a consciousness, that is bank of all data there is, and you can only have the access to these data as long as you have aligned the 4 bodies mentioned before. You can only enter that 4th intelligence when you're in the blissful body. So his last thoughts that are very interesting for our today's debate, I think, is as follows. He says that ethics and morals will never ever bring us anywhere because the need to expand is very inherent in every human being. So we all need to expand and we will never conquer that. The level of expansion in our world is shown in the ways of that we do sexuality, through love, through ambition, through context, through shopping, through consuming. What is his thought about it is when you're going to want to expand and you know only the external expansion, at some point you will ethic and moral other people and you will do whatever you need to do. And we all know this is very true. What he suggests, and I personally know to be true because I'm trained in this domain, is that the only way we can expand endlessly is to expand inwardly. Okay, so inwardly there is whole another world that is usually left unattained to, and it offers and allows the endless expansion. What he also says, that good people do most harm, that good intentions are the surest way to hell, and that persons simply ceases to be good when their need to expand is not met. So what he says is, instead of striving to be good and righteous, strive to be joyful and happy. How many joyful and happy people do you know in the adulthood? I don't know many. What he says is that joyful and happy people don't need much, and they're not trouble to many people. So they simply don't consume much. Then his next thought is, if economy and ecology have to compete, economy will always win. So they have to marry or nothing will happen. And his last thought is that less footprint comes from less food, from less feet, as simple as that. So eugenics is not the answer to less feet. We've seen that in history. I really, really hope that history is never going to repeat itself. I'm very strongly advocating for no form of eugenics. But conscious agreement to consciously bring less people to the planet is the solution to this problem. My last book that I will spend only half a minute on is from Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl is the third of the Viennese school of psychology. The first is Freud, the second is Adler. Frankl is the most conscious of them all, I would say. His very famous work that he has written in 9 days was published in I don't know how many languages, and it's sold in 12 million copies, is his psychological account of the life in Holocaust. Frankl was very, very talented scholar. He started to lecture at the age of 15, started to publish at the age of 20. He was an international professor at the age of 21. At the age of 37, he was dragged to the concentration camp. And there he followed the account of the psychology of the people in the camp. And here his main, I really highly recommend this thin and very important book to be read. But his main takeaways are that in concentration camp, the cops are the most dangerous people, not the SS officers. So the cops are the chosen inmates that are instructed to torture other inmates. So this is the most dangerous species in any society. And then his last thought is that there is meaningfulness or meaninglessness to life, death, and suffering. And that there is nothing wrong with suffering for as long as it is meaningful. And meaningful life will bring you to meaningful suffering, will bring you to meaningful death, and in between you will do a meaningful work. I hope this was not too long. It is concentrated on this last slide, and I'm open to the debate.
Thank you, Katja. Very nice indeed. This was quite exhaustive, and certainly we will need your slides to get back and read some more. So all the slides will be available from circularbusiness.academy to all of you, just to let you know. I have a very difficult question for you, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you think consciousness relates to, how would you put consciousness in the context of COP26? Are we ready? I mean, just try to compare the consciousness in Paris. I think this is now 6 years ago, and the consciousness that we are aiming for right now. How do we have better chances, do you think? And if not, why not?
I think we definitely do, because life wants to express itself, but I'll give a very, very concrete answer, okay? But please allow me just one line of context. So every professional, whatever he or she does, one of the signs of the professional is that they're very realistic about the subject, right? So when the finance guy looks into the balance sheet, he or she is not romantic about the assets and liabilities side, right? it's like the way it is. When the surgeon opens up the body, he or she is not romantic about the heart. It is very practical about the heart. And the same goes for psychologists. So we might sound very rudimental to the people that don't give so much thought to our core subject. Okay, so I'm apologizing for that. But with this in mind, I will answer your question very bluntly, but with best of intentions, okay? What I think of is that I'll give you a very simple comparison. You all had mothers, right? And your mothers have been pissed with you at some point in your lives, for sure, probably more than once, right? And if you recall very well, what mother does is she first endures, let's say, your naughtiness, right? And then she kindly suggests the different behavior. Then she suggests this different behavior in slightly less kind way. Then she instructs you how to behave better. But when you bring her to the brinks of rage, she can rage too, right? Do you have this experience with your mothers? So I think the mother nature does just the same. Okay, and what I think that from the when we are in competition with Mother Nature, there is no doubt who is going to win. Like there was no doubt who was going to win, your mother or you, right? So where we are in this relationship with our Mother Nature, I think that we are at the stage of her really bluntly explaining what to do and what not to do. And if we don't get it this time, she will rage. Okay, this is what I think. And comparing to 6 years ago, I think that she's a little bit more pissed off than she was 6 years ago, which still doesn't mean that we are on the brink of rage. We still can adjust our behavior. What I think about us as humans, I think that we are waking up, for the lack of the better term. This is a very washed out one. I think that we being pushed into seclusions, into our own, let's say, even apartments or offices, and in our thoughts, we all have discovered that there is a world of its own indoors that needs and can be discovered, and that we have quite some things to do there. So I think that this is a step forward. And my last note is to the COP and every similar event that I do not underestimate under any circumstances, please don't get me wrong. But what I think is, if this is another gathering of the meritocratic representatives trying to politely negotiate how to spend far too much in order for them to survive, whoever has to suffer the consequences, I don't think that is a good spot to be in. Even if we are in the position of power, to exercise our power is not an intelligent thing to do. What we, and I consider myself a meritocrat, okay? I opened my speech that I'm surrounded by them all my life, okay? So I have all the respect and everything, but I think that the destiny really is in our hands, because we are the smartest and most educated of all, and we live best of all. But we really do need to find the solutions for everybody. And if we need to come to the understanding that there is too many people on the planet, we need to put that on the table. Like if there is a household, you have, let's say, 1,000 euros and you need 1,500. You need to sit at the table and say there is not enough. What do we do? Okay. And it is not like mother secretly stealing from the father and father secretly stealing from the children. No. This just doesn't work. Okay.
Okay, but I understand that about the mother nature, but I'm not sure whether the kid, needs another level of response or not. I'm still not very sure. But Werner has got his hand raised. Werner, please.
Okay, so thanks. Good morning, and thank you for the invite. It's been very interesting so far listening to you. And I have a concrete question to Katja with regards to addiction. So mankind seems to be addicted to growth, and being Homo economists, we are addicted to GDP growth. And do you see from your point of expertise any way out of this mess? Because where we are right now is mostly driven by this addiction to growing, to buying more, to having more, to expressing ourselves with material issues and not with other values. So because finding a way out of this would help us a lot in finding our way back into our let's say environmental boundaries. And I think that's the most crucial issue we have to solve.
Werner, you're so on the point, really, like totally. My take on it, that is of course informed by other much more, let's say, well thought people than me, but I fully agree with that, is that it makes sense to me that it is an inherent design of human being that he or she wants to grow. Okay, so that this is so strong in us that we will never surpass it with logics or with our inner ethics or with our maturity or whatever. What we can do is we can understand that we cannot grow outwardly to the limitless degree. We need to turn inward and turn inwardly. And I can tell you from my example, let's say I was gluttonous on shoes, books, and knowledge. I would like consume as much knowledge as possible, and I would be like a balloon, and that was not enough, and more and more and more and more. So every one of us has one or three or four features like this. And I simply tried this simple exercise that this Sadhguru is teaching. And he says, try to distinguish between who you really are and your body, and try to distinguish from who you really are and your mind. And you will see that another huge world is opening up for you. And it really does. And what is the funny thing is, when you get in touch with that world, it's so much fun that you simply don't need so many shoes anymore. So it is not that you trick yourself and try to suffocate yourself like people that are constantly on the diet, right? And then when the lights go off, they go into the fridge and binge eat everything they have denied themselves to eat. Because it's the nature to get fulfilled. We just need to find much more intelligent ways to get fulfilled, and the ways that are meant for a human being. Human being is meant to go beyond physical and beyond mental body. And this is not metaphysics, nor is it blah, blah. Human being is just meant to go further from those dimensions. I hope this answers a little bit. So we'll naturally leave behind the Homo economicus thing, because like the child that got fed up with the dull toy.
But the big question is how to get more people involved in this thinking. So do we need more gurus, or how to change our mindsets? So thinking again about COP26, wouldn't it be necessary to have a guru as a keynote speaker to open their minds there too?
Maybe there will be. At the last COP, it was.
Okay.
So you can find it on YouTube, and it's a very interesting speech. I can, of course, provide it for the audience later on. So they did invite him. So this guy has spoken to World Economic Forum and to UN and to COP and whatnot. He's constantly working with governments, because we forgot this natural way of being. And you'll see he's very accomplished guy. He has it all. Like it's not that you have to live in some kind of cave or whatever.
No.
Yeah.
So we know where our boundaries are, and that's definitely definitely do not need or force us to go back to caves. It's just about making concise decisions and conscious decisions.
Exactly. And I asked myself a very simple question: how much do I produce? How much do I consume in the matter of the share of the earth that belongs to me? Right? And I was not that happy with the answer, I can tell you. And I'm like cutting down.
I see. I am sorry to be impolite, and I have to jump in here because our time is limited. And thank you very much, Katja. Please stay tuned, and we would like to try now. Christoph is fully,
exactly. Can you hear me?
He is. Yes, very well, very well. So
okay, no, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, the camera was working fine, and then I was expecting, obviously, I was like, because I had been using this camera for quite a few years, that it will also connect the audio. So that's why I was pressing all buttons possible, but now I've switched to a different camera, and you see me from a slightly different angle, but hopefully you will be able to follow me. So,
but we still see a beautiful painting of Piran behind you.
Exactly,
you know,
it's a painting of Piran. You've recognized this quite well, yeah, exactly, because this was one of my favorite cities in Slovenia. Yeah,
very well,
I mean, it's like, and your personal your holiday dwelling is right next to it, actually, yeah, very close to it. So now what I wanted to talk about is, I mean, obviously, I'm always coming in here a little bit like the finance expert, but doing the reading over the last days on the summer reading, I was like, yes, I read through the articles on The Economist, which was about the what will happen if the 3-degree scenario is going to happen, which is kind of like alluding to the fact that, yes, while we are actually still hoping to have 1.5 degrees Celsius as a limit of what to expect, and we already see we are on, as of today, we are actually at 1.2% already. Yeah, just shifted very, very recently from 1.1 to 1.2. And we might not even, I mean, like we might achieve the 1.5 degree scenario already by, I mean, before 2030, when we actually wanted to achieve it. I mean, so, yeah. Now, it seems very unlikely that we will actually be able to hold the 1.5 limit, and even the 2%, I would say, the 1.5 degree limit, and even the 2 degree limit will be very, very, very optimistic to retain. And hence there is I was like in The Economist, they were actually alluding to the fact which is more like, well, what if a 3 degree scenario becomes actually realistic, and what will happen? And it will happen like, I mean, it's like a lot of the maritime species will be wiped out. I mean, it's like there will be a lot of desertification unless we do something against it. All the rainforests, I mean, it's like right now, I mean, it's like we know rainforests, I mean, it's like there's a lot of logging going on, there's a lot of burning going on. It's mostly due to human nature, yeah, where they say like, oh, it's a cheap resource. But even if you stop that, I mean, there will be burning going on, and it's more likely going to become a source of carbon rather than a sink of carbon, what we always want a forest to be. And yes, of course, we have all these forestrations that we are now setting up in the south of the Sahara, and it's like in Africa, and in the south of the Gobi Desert in China. But this is just going to be a little blip in the whole context. I mean, if you lose all these rainforests, plus if they do it the same way as they try to irrigate the desert in Saudi Arabia and Dubai on the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, then it's not something straightforward. We know that. Well, apart from that, I mean, it's like, so they were giving us basically an idea on how dangerous the world can be at a 3% scenario, which is actually the most likely scenario if politics continue the way they are, which is yes, we're setting goals, or our politicians are setting goals. These are goals that are usually done on a regional basis, like Europe has the goal of 2050 to be carbon neutral. China has come up and wants to be carbon neutral by 2060. This is all too late. Yeah, we would have to immediately take down all the carbon emissions, and I'll define this in a second more clearly. You would have to immediately cut this down if you even want to just hold the 2% threshold. Okay, and so the other read that I find actually, I mean, the Economist read is actually quite short. It's like it has 3 or 4 pages, which is a good summary. But the very interesting read I found was the climate change, what is called, survey, the 6th assessment report of the IPCC. And you've already alluded on this one in your outset, and you've shown some of the impacts that it will have. But what I actually find very interesting is because they're very quantitative. And so maybe it helps if I go through some of the quantitative numbers and give some of my comments to it, because I like the charts that they have in there. And then you can discuss whether there is actually a chance to achieve the most optimistic scenario that we could have. So I could actually now try to turn on my screen so that I share the screen of the report, because not everyone will have the report in front of them or may have read it. So I'll just ask you whether you can actually see my screen now.
Yes.
You can see the, yeah?
Yes.
So you can see this is now the 6th report in a row. The last one I think was in 2015, and this is computer generated. It takes all the different effects into account, like for example the ice at the in the polar regions melting, the flow, like for example we have the flow of of water in the oceans basically coming to a halt, but also how the how the human consumption of resources and burning of fossil fuels is going to make a change on this. So if I look into this report, so there's 2 chapters that I find particularly interesting, which is number 1, what is the current state of the climate? I mean, what are the reasons that we are where we are at the moment? And then the next thing, which is actually the more interesting one, is what are the possible future scenarios? And they highlight 5 different scenarios, which we can then discuss. So what I found quite interesting is if you look here, first of all, at the history, then, I mean, these are not, I know these are charts that might not be new to you, but I'm going to not to spend too much time on them. But
maybe you have to enlarge the charts, you know. If you
can. Absolutely. We go back into screen mode. No, this is not large enough now.
Yeah. Anyhow, yeah.
No. I want to get to it. I'm fully with you. Let me just come to the right display.
Zoom. You know, there's in the same menu, in the same drawdown, there's the zoom. If you go view, zoom up here. Yeah, and then you can have a whatever zoom to 200% or something. You know.
Okay. Actual size, zoom to page 11, no.
Well, you go zoom and then yeah, zoom to the upper one, and then you change the number here, I think. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So what we see here is, I mean, it's like 2 charts, which are time charts, and obviously one is starting from birth of Christ over the last 2,000 years. And it actually shows very nicely that we had a mini ice age during the late Middle Ages. Yeah, so which is now more than overcompensated already through the first push of the industrialization before the World War II. Then you see that little slight kink, which is also here on a more expanded scale, which is like during the industrialization. You see that the trend was basically here between Second World War II and then maybe if you want the industrial, I mean the how do you call this, the Wirtschaftswunder after the Second World War. It was like a 20-year period where actually temperatures decreased. And why am I pointing this out? Because there are so many people in politics, especially if I mention the Republican Party in the US, who are using exactly that snapshot here of these temperatures here, claiming, hey, listen, what are you telling us about global warming? Look, I mean, it's like sometimes it's going up and sometimes it's going down. And see, it's like, yeah, it's going down. So I mean, it's like right now we're in an up period and maybe the solar activity is going to decrease and then it's going to have a downturn. No, it's not. It was just basically because the World War was such a high carbon burning event. Yeah, if you took the World War out, it would be a smooth exponential curve going up. And it's going to be an exponential curve. I mean, it's like, so, but what they have so nicely distinguished here is between what is actually human made and what would have been without human cause. So, I mean, yes, of course, we may have volcanic eruptions and there is also solar influences that can change this, but this is within a range, you know, and this is definitely here a trend. Yeah. So if you then go to the next page, and we see what is actually causing all of this. And I'm just like, and you see, I was like, today we are here, yeah, roughly here. If you take the average line, and I was like, then we are here at 1.2%, 2 degrees already heated. And if you go further down, then what are the causes of this? So you understand the causes, and then you can see how the trajectory is going forward. So this is obviously, I think this is in 2019, the numbers here. So it's at 1.1 degree. And the interesting thing that I've found in the reading here was, well, we always think it's just CO2. Yeah, but CO2, I mean, it's just one of the greenhouse gases. And actually, if you take all the greenhouse gases together, and there is a part, I mean, we see it here in the graph on the right. I mean, CO2 is yes the main contributor, but then there's also methane, which is also a large contributor. Now, there's actually very little gas emitted as methane compared to CO2, but then the problem is that the heat absorption capacity of methane is about 200-fold that of CO2. Yeah, that means, well, where's the methane all coming from? Well, it's basic, I mean, to a large extent, it's live cattle that we have. Yeah, so it's the consumption of meat that to a large extent actually contributes to this. And already taking down, just eating meat and more vegetables would probably significantly reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the other source, the carbon dioxide here. Now, obviously, I would say those people that say, oh, carbon, yeah, we've always emitted carbon over the last centuries and millennia. Yeah, that's true. As long as the carbon is the one that was basically just absorbed in form of trees or in form of other plants on the planet, then we're free to use it and to burn it. Because if you think of a tree over its life cycle, yeah, as long as the tree grows, I mean the tree grows, it absorbs carbon or CO2, yeah, and changes it into glucose and later into wood. Yeah, but once the tree dies, it releases the carbon again. So over the total life cycle of a tree, it's carbon neutral. Why are people always then claiming, oh yeah, well, we just have to plant more trees and then we can offset all the emissions from the fossil fuel consumption? Well, that's only a short-term effect. Only as long as you grow forests, you can actually absorb carbon. Once a forest is grown, as much as trees die, you know, they're again a source of carbon. as much as those new trees that are growing after them. Yeah. So I mean, at the end of the day, if you're carbon dioxide net positive, it's because of the fossil fuels that we burn into the atmosphere. Now, the last thing that I found very interesting about this chart is, well, here's the component, which is called other human drivers. And if you look at it here in the chart in more detail, it's actually two of very important parts, which is like the nitric oxides and the sulfuric oxides that are actually contributing to a cooling effect, doing actually the opposite of what a CO2 would do, which is nice. I mean, it's like, it kind of like is responsible for the fact that all the gases we emit, some of them are greenhouse gases and some of them have actually a cooling effect. But now you could say like, well, why don't we just produce more cooling gases? Well, it happens that these are just two of the most acidic acids that we can have. And they were in the past responsible for the acid rain that we had. So it's not a solution. The solution of the whole thing of not being net positive in producing carbon dioxide is basically stopping fossil fuels. Yeah, so it's anything that's coal, oil, or natural gas based, and that unfortunately is a play ball of all the big politicians and between the autocrats and between the, how do you say, democracies that are not able to actually cope with it either. Yeah, that we will continue producing, burning fossil fuels, adding to this effect. So this is just basically the main factors here. Now, if you then go on and we say, well, what is the future going to look like? Then I found it very interesting. There are 5 different paths that they have looked at. I'm going to skip this one, which is basically just alluding to the fact where you see a little roadmap here, and then it tells us where they expect to be more droughts, to be more heavier precipitations, like these very, very big, strong rainfalls we also just witnessed in Germany, and also where it's going to be more heat. But that's this one here. This is a very interesting chart. So they're basically saying, if you're going to continue to burn, I don't know how to get rid of this down here. If we're going to continue, there's 5 different paths in the IPCC report, where they say these are the possible paths that the world can basically take depending on setting policy and working jointly. Because obviously, if just the European Union is going to meet its target by 2050, it's not going to be a much of help, because China will have offset whatever Europe just did within 10 years. Yeah. And already I was like, yeah. So there's 5 different scenarios. Now, the most optimistic scenario is this SSP1 scenario here, down there, which would basically mean, the study starts with 2015 numbers as a calculation base, because this was the previous report, but actually the policies can only be enacted in 2021, obviously. So from this point on, we would have to cut down on carbon emissions immediately and actually become net negative. Yeah. From about what, 2060. This is the scenario which basically equates to, if we wanted to keep it within the 1.5 degree limit. Yeah, it's actually shown further on down here. You see what the outcome will be of the SSP1 scenario. We would be able, by the end of the century, yeah, which is like here, 2100, we would be able to keep the temperature of the globe at around a 1.4, 1.5 scenario, plus minus half a degree. Yes, but still below the 2% target. But that would mean cutting down immediately as drastically as possible. It doesn't mean that we have to stop all carbon emissions today, which is impossible anyway. But it would mean that we have to change the mobility into an electric mobility. It wouldn't mean that we have to stop eating meat from live cattle. It's like, at least gradually, like change it into more vegan sources. It would mean that we have to get our electricity power from alternative energies like solar and wind and biosources and hydro. and this as quickly as possible. Now, whether that is possible is very vague, and they don't give it much of a chance in this report. A more likely scenario would be this scenario, which is pretty much going along the lines what they promise they want to do, whether they achieve it or not. Yeah, this would be a scenario that could ideally still keep us within the 2-degree limit, plus minus 0.5%. So it could still go up to 2.5 or 2.4 in the worst case. The most likely scenario, if policies are trying, if all the policies which are being promised are trying to be achieved, despite the fact that some accidents happen, like whatever tipping points get caught, then this is the more likely scenario, which would mean that we still burn at a relatively constant rate up to the later part of the century. We would burn the same amount of carbon dioxide before we then actually come into a scenario which kind of tilts back down. Now, the two scenarios which are the more, here this would mean that we would still end up with an almost 3% range, which is the one that was given by The Economist, where they said this will mean that most of maritime life will basically die out within the range around the equator. So all the coral reefs will be gone. It will mean that we have huge desertification. It will mean that the rainforest will be basically burned away if they haven't been locked yet. It will mean that the polar caps will be melted completely. And it may mean that the streams within the oceans will come to a stop. It will also mean that the acidity levels in the oceans are going to increase significantly. And we know that the acidity in the oceans come from the fact that there's more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. There's a certain buffer effect that water can take. Water very easily absorbs carbon dioxide up to a certain degree. But unfortunately, it means that the maritime life will have to cope with a higher acidity, besides the fact that the oceans are going to be at the top layers easily 5 to 7 degrees hotter, which is double of what we see here in the overall globe. So from that point of view, that's not a scenario to look forward to. And this is only the average scenario of the 5 that is given. So there's 2 more horror scenarios that we actually look at. And if these take place, it would make a lot of our globe uninhabitable. Yeah, which is basically both continue rising at the same speed as we had before. One continuing the exponential path that we have followed so far since the beginning of industrialization, and the other one just going in a linear fashion, which is horrible. So from that point of view, these would be the scenarios which are beyond the point of what was discussed in the Economist. So there's one extra chart which I find interesting, and this is basically what I'm going to use to, hang on, it's on page 2041. What they're basically calculating there is what will actually happen to the events that we have observed in the past. Because one of the arguments that all these climate, the people that deny climate change are always using, oh yes, we did have hot summers in the past, or we had strong precipitations in the past, or we had droughts in the past. Yes, that's true. Even in the very early industrialization area, we did have these things. But the droughts, besides being as severe as they may have been 1 in 100 years, they're going to be just more frequent. So, and they give it here they show it here in a way that makes the statistics more understandable. So what used to be in the previous century, like a 1 in a 10-year event, yeah, being like a hot extreme temperature event, is going to be in a 2%, I mean, in a 2% world, which is the one we would hope for, that we can at least abide by, would be a 6 out of 10 times event. So 6 years out of 10 will have this hot year event. And if you actually come to a 4% scenario, which is like the second worst of the 5 that I've shown, then yes, this will actually be, I mean, occur 9.4 times as often. Basically meaning out of 10 years, almost every time almost will be a complete hot event. Yeah. So I mean, 2021, which we already consider as one of the hottest years on the globe ever, is going to be considered a cool year. Yeah, if you go down another 50 years. And so they also show it like on the heavy precipitation. Now that's not, yeah, as we saw them in Germany now, and in Belgium and in Holland, these heavy precipitations, it's not just a little more rain. I mean, we love rain during the summer, absolutely. In large parts of Germany, we did have rain and it was good to nature. But if it comes all at once, then there can be like, whatever, 200 liters per square meter within minutes can come down, yeah, which is then responsible for the big floodings. So and you see that a 1 in 10 year event is expected to double in the 2% scenario, and it's going to expect to be triple that in the worst case scenario that we have. And similarly with the droughts. Anyway, this was my summer reading, and I think I would conclude it as this point and leave it open for discussion, because I know some of you have also read this article, and maybe there's also interesting points you want to highlight. But it was definitely a very interesting article. And what I like about it, because I'm originally by training, I'm a physicist. So I like whenever I get to numbers. And next time we can then talk about what effect this may have on businesses and what it actually means for finances.
Very well. Thank you so much, Christoph, for taking time and going deeper into this. My first two reflections would be, I mean, on journalism and euphemism, and I'm questioning, you know, how many people really take time, even the decision makers in particular, how many of them do really take time and examine this close enough. But The Economist actually hasn't done much more than just putting the right wording to these facts, right? They're not saying anything differently from the IPCC report. They just help us imagine and help us getting out of the narrative of this, you know, almost fake hope of being able to putting the world back into balance, because the world is absolutely not in balance for some time. So I see the value of journalism in this, which is being quite absent in many places today. That's why I think it's really important, and this seminar today is meant to, you know, help each other out among ourselves with you know, getting all the right information, all the right sources, and also to understand, to see how other people understand where we are, and what we can read is, you know, exactly what we kind of feel, what we perceive, that if you really want to go deeper, that this is precipitating in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I find it so unfortunate that, I mean, we have all these intelligent people that we've either voted in power or that have kind of like gotten themselves into power through very, very strict selection processes within their parties, within their countries. And this is an event where I say, not one country alone can solve it, and not one region of the earth can solve it. But it's so hard to understand why the regions of the world cannot come together and say, well, we actually need to solve it, because otherwise the costs and the losses that we have of resources, of soil, of waters, of biodiversity, of all the things that is needed in order to continue our business is going to be destroyed. I mean, I understand that. I mean, it's like China wants to make money. Okay, fine. Then they just build some new coal plants because it just happens to be the cheaper energy. Well, I mean, how about you start putting a little more money into it and buy more and get more solar plants or wind farms, and reduce the amount of coal plants, or at least stop building new coal plants. This is like the lunacy of this whole thing. I was like, they keep building new coal plants I think there was a statistic, there is about 5 coal plants in China going online every week. New coal plants. Now, of course, you can say, well, they're replacing old coal plants, which are not as efficient. Well, yes, but they shouldn't be burning coal to begin with. Yeah, and then people come up with these crazy ideas where they say, "Oh, we need to find carbon capture methods," and I'm like, you can do carbon capture. You can do this on a very small, limited scale, and it actually uses energy in order to capture carbon out of the atmosphere. I mean, the easiest way of carbon capture is just not to burn it, because there's no more, how do you say, coal in itself is the densest possibility of having carbon under the ground, and it's gone. Yeah, so you don't need to think of any other methods. Yeah, and it's so crazy to me why this can't stop. I mean, like, can't find ways to get together and jointly change this. I mean, there's 3.
And to me, this starts with this euphemism, and false narrative, because even if now you've shown us the inside of the report.
Yeah.
I started with the key statements released by the IPCC.
I know.
And they are extremely euphemistic. There's one little detail saying that the scenario of 3 degrees centigrade is quite likely, and then the economies develops all around it. So I'm saying even the scientists have this, when this report is then finalized, they have got this kind of problem, I would say, with the narrative, because this is really very hard to it goes beyond the imaginable, what you have said. If the equatorial part of the world, I mean, just imagine how many people live there. And if all this world becomes inhabitable, practically, what is, I think, in one sentence, a fair description of those horror scenarios, then we can understand that we are not we're not going to have a very nice last part of the century. And the second thing is this acceleration. I believe that nobody emphasizes enough the effects of acceleration. Now, but some time ago, politicians could still set some goals that they would never have to fulfill, because they would be out of office anyhow, at least in democracies where even the number of mandates are limited. So right now, the decision makers can be caught in offices while this is all developing, and this is, I think, also the acceleration is beyond imaginable. Science cannot follow it. I mean, because you need this timeline of whatever many years to say, well, look, we have proven it scientifically. I'm of course I'm oversimplifying, but it's quite drastic, because this is actually a part of daily news now. So it really strikes me.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Any other comments, please, ladies and gentlemen?
The only thing I can say very sadly is, yes, I have to confess, so it's depressing to see how long mankind has already known about the direction and the consequences but was not able to steer a little bit in the right direction, or to even come to a half, or as we see that it's needed to kind of a full stop in burning fossil fuels. And even worse now, having seen already some of the consequences, still being in discussions about burning fossil fuels, and therefore producing more CO2 with all the known consequences. So and yeah, that's why I'm more and more questioning and asking myself and colleagues like you, and that's why I also have been asking Katja about what's really needed to switch off, or to turn the switch in man's brains, or mankind's brains, into the right direction. So it's suicidal what we are doing, and I have no clue why we are not more, let's say, effectively trying to avoid it. So
Right.
and what's also
That
interesting, maybe following these discussions now since a couple of years already, I think it's the first time that this adaptation is also very much discussed. So the previous years, it's been more the avoidance, and now seeing that we are really running out of time, and that there is not enough ambition given to avoid the impacts. It's now about adapting to the consequences. So the billionaires are going to explore Mars, or a second planet maybe, where they can do the same mess maybe once again. And you know the analogy of a starship Earth. So maybe it's been kind of a foreseen that they are now trying to escape, and there are already lists out there of the places that are most safely when it will happen. So, for example, New Zealand is high in ranking, because the climate effects and on higher levels are not that brutal. Also, Central Europe, of course, is a bit of an advantageous position. But the Netherlands, for example, they will be gone in a couple of years.
Well, actually, the Netherlands are actually the country that have shown us already 100 years ago how you can actually make land which is below the sea level. So we have to actually take their example now in other countries, and it will be the wealthy countries that can afford this, like the United States, for example. They will be able to afford it, to put like huge dams outside their huge coastlines.
Yeah, but it's more expensive than switching to renewables, I would say.
It would be so easy. We're talking about right now about $2 trillion that Joe Biden and his administration wanted to put into infrastructure, in particular into renewables. I think it's at least like 1/4 of that. And you see, it's already not. It's completely opposed, because they have this lunacy in the United States about like, oh, the Republicans need to think of freedom rights and stuff like this. And it's amazing how one party can completely destroy the whole world.
Yeah, but I don't think it's just a party. I think it's the mankind itself, with its habits to buying more, to expressing itself with material issues, to growing endlessly and on a limited space called Earth.
Yeah.
So
these are limits of the civilization. That's for sure. And you know, any party policy is certainly an expression of all that. But I would still not, you know, give in to the fact that this is inevitable, because other civilizations in the history were much more respective. Some other were much more respective to the environment and resources. However, it is certainly a civilizational trap. I think we'll have to wrap up this first part. I would like to, announce the second part and say that the questions raised by Christoph and by Werner could be further addressed and discussed in the second part. And to that, I would like to add, what do you think about the effects of the pandemic? Now we are, kind of moving out of it. It's not over, and as for now, it seems like it may never be really fully over. It looks like there's going to be this problem, persisting with us. So what do we? How can you relate this with the climate and the resource crisis? And the second thing I would like to ask you, just to think over lunch, what does the Kabul crisis have with all this, or the Afghanistan crisis that we are all witnessing at the moment? I mean, at some point it seems like we are now that all the attention has been deterred from other issues, and then we are looking at the developments in Kabul every day. But from another perspective, it may be quite well related. So please think about it. We are going to talk further about the climate and resource crisis, thanks to your sources, and there were some readings with three other people. Violeta Bulc will open the afternoon session. Werner Köstler, who is here with us, will follow up, and then we will have the case study of Japan, thanks to Vesna Lautičar, so that we will also see a little bit, how different parts of the world are responding, where they may be a little bit ahead with consciousness, right, Katja, and concrete actions, and where this may not be the case. In any case, I think we have realized that the Western civilization is not alone. It is not alone to manage the resource and climate crisis altogether, and whatever it means. And I would like to know what you think about it. So I would like to thank you for now, and I would like to invite you to be back at 2 o'clock for the afternoon part of our seminar. Certainly the last thing Katja says, I would like to ask for the copy of the report, right, Katja? And then the report Ben was talking about from Club of Rome, if possible. In my slides, you will have the full reference of the Club of Rome, the historic report, and also other reports. And Ben, and there's the website of COP26 in Glasgow, with quite some information, which is continuously evolving. And the IPCC report that Christoph was talking about is freely available on the IPCC webpage. So we are actually talking about sources that are mostly freely available. Among those that were not that were mentioned are not freely available are newspaper articles, the Economist, the Guardian, and many others, which are normally available to subscribers, or there's some fee or some limited access that you can foresee to that. And certainly Katja referred to a number of authors which also published books which you have to certainly buy if you want to read them, or go to the library to access them, right? So all the sources will be available on your slides that will be distributed on our webpage as every time after the seminar. And we will also provide you in a few days with the feedback email to all the participants. We'll provide you with a short list of the readings that some of our participants have already suggested, and you can still do it by filling in the survey. You can, of course, we will also take into account all the sources mentioned through the day. So that's it for now. We are only 9 minutes past the foreseen timing of this first part. I would like to thank you again, and I'm looking forward to meeting you at 2 p.m. This afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. This is the program of the day. So after the part one, we will proceed with Violeta Bulc, the curator of the Eco-Civilization, who I welcome very warmly, and I'm really happy that we are connected once more. We have done a very interesting streak of the Eco-Civilization talk through the last years. You all know Violeta. Violeta has been an entrepreneur, an innovator, advisor, a manager, and she was the vice president of the Slovenian government, and also, as you know, the EC commissioner for transport in the former mandate of the EC commission led by Klaus Juncker. And Violeta is today with us. She will open this part of the program. Then we will go on with Werner Köstler, who has been with us in the morning, and Vesna Lautejar is going to bring us closer to the case of Japan, what will be extremely important, not just because we've all been kind of connected this summer with Tokyo due to the Olympics, but above all, we would really like to go deeper into, you know, a perspective of a non-European, strong non-European experience to be able to, you know, reach also slightly different standpoint and learn from experience of other countries and other geographical areas. So this is the challenge for this afternoon. I've been through the presentation, and you will have it on our website. I would just like to expose one more thing. If you have other reading suggestions, please put them in the chat or fill in this survey. You know, it's a very short survey. Basically, we are asking what you suggest others to read and what you have read lately that could help us better understand the topics that we are developing and that somehow converge around the making of the global climate governance and the response to the climate and resource crisis. And within a few days, together with Sebastian Zuzek, my colleague who helps me run this seminar, we will prepare a joint reading list, the summer reading list of the circular expert practitioners, and we will distribute it and share it with all of you. And I thank you in advance for your contributions. There have been some already, and certainly we will welcome all others from you. Having said that, and without any further ado, I would like to ask Violeta to take the floor. Please, Violeta, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, Yuri, and greetings to all of you. I was briefed on the morning session, and it was really exciting, but I'm one of those who are today packing, and hopefully by the evening I will be back home. So I'm waiting for this session to finish, and then I will hit the road. The topic that I'd like to explore further with you, or let's say share my readings this summer, because I really, I've read a lot, more than usual, not that many books as I usually do, but more articles, and some of them I will share with you today, but use this time to try to get a bit of perspectives. And I will try to also be a bit provocative and maybe challenge the current situations. But I'm very much looking forward to our discussion after my first 15 minutes. So allow me to share some of the slides that I prepared with for today's session. Like to start really just what my intention today is, because the topic is really broad. So what I would like today to do with you is to show that the emergence of new is converging towards some common denominators, and some of them you have addressed already, and I'm glad that we have a common understanding of those denominators, some of them at least. Then also to show the emergence of different ideas from different sources calling for a reinvention of humanity. I'm hearing more and more often at different conferences that I'm attending. And it's becoming sort of the global call for a change in a way. I also would like to challenge some assumptions that drive the current search for solutions, especially in the climate change area, and also to to invite into a long-term cross-generational collaboration. And I would even maybe go further, not just cross-generational, but also cross-civilizational. I think we can learn a lot by studying the last 50 years of social development of societies and civilizations, and hopefully understand that we probably are not the last civilization that will live on this planet Earth, and by all means we are not the first. So getting the more broader perspective might help us to understand what's going on with us in the current stage. My first thought that I'd like to share with you is that we've dealt with these 5 sort of mega trends for quite some time. And we pushed for really many very tangible actions. But I don't see that we are close to the results that we are seeking. So that is for me quite a challenge. The poverty is growing. Digitalization is getting more and more fierce and is trying to take over our perception of the future. Climate change is happening on a daily basis, and we don't seem to be able to grasp really the essence of it, or at least how how to develop the resilience of our societies in order to deal with the consequences of climate change. We are now still in the middle of pandemic, having more questions than answers, how to handle it. And of course, we are more and more pushing for the exploration of the universe, entering the cosmos, but I'm afraid that we're bringing along old paradigms and old problems from the planet Earth. Again, focusing too much on technology and not enough on socialization and democratization of space, and what do we really want and why are we actually moving into space? What will that bring to the planet and to the people of the planet? So with that in mind, let's check what are the common denominators that I see are emerging. There are more generic terms that I'm sharing with you, but when I look the next 30, 50 years from now, I can see that they can have a very deep sort of, they will play a role of a very deep changes in the way how we perceive our role on the planet and how to develop the society further. Of course, the big question here is, are we going to go down the road of singularity and transhumanization, or will this kind of new emerging denominators prevail, and we will start imagining a different society that is much more inclusive and more aligned with the laws of nature. What I see is that the convergence of at least some of these topics is getting exponential in the last 10 years. So if 10 years ago, some of these topics were spoken in public place, they were really reserved for a very specific groups and labeled with not, I would say, not mainstream adjectives. But today, we hear them at every corner on a day-to-day discussions, and we see the real consequences of these discussions in a forum of new business models, new social models, and also the calls for the change in behavior. So Yuri mentioned that for the last year and a half, I've been running also a movement, or let's say, or community in emergence called Eco-Civilization. And there are a couple of characteristics that are very much going along with today's topic that are prompting me and giving me the strength to these untapped territories. Especially that the climate change and pandemics have been part of the rise and fall of many civilizations. So we're trying to bring the awareness of that into general public, and that's where the learning across civilization learning comes from. And it's a very important fact that in the past people compensated these challenges by migration. Today, the entire planet is claimed for, and migration is becoming one of the biggest political problems. So the tool that worked for previous civilizations, we somehow don't have anymore. So how are we going to resolve it? I mean, some dramatic thoughts have been already discussed, but none of them are of an inclusive manner. Then holographic reality and the advocated concept of duality, which is driven by the old world, are really deceiving and pushing humanity towards this non-human sort of, or not pleasant for humanity strategies like transhumanism, surveillance, capitalism, and singularity. And the way how I see them, they all lead towards the fall of Homo sapiens. That is additionally fueled by decadency that we can see now at every step. The decadency that is tearing apart their social tissues and just creating a completely new field where everything is possible. So it's up to our imagination and the boldness of our dreams, where we want to lead, in which direction the future societies will go. At the same time, there is a rise of inner strength. More and more, we are counting on our inner strength. And we are speaking more about care and transparency and balanced coexistence of an individual and collective. And as we saw before, collective is becoming one of the words that is very commonly used. And there is also a very good sort of motivating element that came through, is that due to the real-time data, which we have for the first time compared to other civilizations about the entire planet, we actually can co-create the civilizational transformation, and we can co-create the world, which can be in a better balance with the natural ecosystems which humans are part of, and for some reason we're trying to pull ourselves out of it. So just very quickly, another thing that kind of struck me, and I got a bit more clear framework on what brings societies down. And I mentioned already before that was the composition of social tissues, especially lack of innovation in identity and behavior, in culture, in this social elements, the short-term interests of the elite that seem to be prevailing over the long-term interests of the society, a lack of reinvention of the structures, societal, political, business, and that is very important also. You will see my comments about the climate change and all the tools that we have today available. I'd also like to point out that pandemic and climate changes, as I said before, were many times prompting the fall of civilizations, especially because of the fall of social structures in the cities, because cities are so far always been the source of pandemics, a lack of operational transparency, a lack of systemic approach to problem solving. Usually that is related to poor management that kind of evolves in a specific times of crisis and fails to address the complexity of the issues, trying to simplify the challenge and use a very simple solutions, not in a sense of being understood, but in a sense of attacking only one of the issues instead of the system as a whole. Climate change, of course, it is very much related to negative externalities created by people. Finally, we are acknowledging that besides the natural cycles that are usually related to millions of years, or at least hundreds, thousands of years, that we do have an impact. And with our negative externalities in the last 200 years through industrial revolutions, we speed up this process to the point that we are unable to adjust. It's a real challenge if we're going to be actually able as humanity to readjust fast enough. Out of that, the emergence happens. And I'd like to share with you a couple of sources that I use and I got involved in this summer that kind of enriched my view and broadened my perspective. One of them is I was invited to join to a group of network leaders that Alexander Laszlo put together also for the purpose of the global conference on the future of politics. And our core topic that we've been discussing every week throughout the whole summer was closed ecosystems versus networking the networks. And basically what we are focusing on is really the networking of the networks and to learn how can we do that without imposing hierarchical structures. And through that, of course, visioning the potential of humanity and common unity, system thinking, design, and the next generation of learning collective intelligence. A lot about that you can find on this link, and I already talked to Yuri. He can share the entire presentation later on with you. The other one is exponential tech versus exponential behavior change. The reason why I put this on the list is especially because I can see that somehow we are entering a dogmatic mindset that technology will solve everything. And more often I see that we even put technology as a goal, no longer just as a tool. This article was just an interesting discussion about the emergence of a scientific method related to Popperian evolution, which is a really good concept to challenge the science and challenge ourselves. I mean, just to assume that you're wrong, whatever you're doing. It gives you a completely different perspective on how you see the situation that you're in. And of course, it's stressing yet another time this need for system level consciousness and evolution through holistic integration. The next one that I found very interesting is also, which was just published a few days ago, which is gossip versus new ideas. And it talks about the importance of hidden social clusters that are contrary to the mainstream beliefs that, let's say, that opinion makers and those that are in the mainstream create the future of our understandings and the future thoughts. In fact, they proved that actually these real changes happen in these hidden social clusters that are at the edge of the networks, which I can, from my personal experience, just confirm that. And they are really the ones who trigger then the tipping points in the society, because those that are in the mainstream, they always have so much to lose that they try to defend instead of evolve. And those that are at the edge, they can observe, see, and they can dare to change and bring fresh new ideas because they are just at the beginning of their path. Another one, which was also just a few days ago, it's the latest article, which is resulting, I believe, also in a book, which was published by Otto Scharmer, who really went deeply now into this U school, proposing a new concept of learning. This is not new. I've seen it also with Kurt Carlson, who is promoting this active learning as the core of the future learning. Interesting enough that this very close concept to the way how Aboriginal nations learn. And we have many examples when we underestimated the power of active learning. But I liked in this article these three sentences, which are broad enough that they can be used in any other area, which you cannot change a system unless you transform consciousness. And I believe you had a discussion in the morning about that. You cannot transform consciousness unless you make a system sense and see itself. And you cannot do these things at scale unless you create new forms of deep learning structures. I believe that there's going to be a lot of discussion around this in the future. And that Otto is not the only one who's pushing for this or encouraging us to go in this direction. There are more and more authors that are sharing with us a very clear understanding of importance of active learning. Another thing that there's another network that I was closely associated with this summer, which is very strong now in communication and active engagement, defining a new role of connectors. And they're very strongly, they work with UN, they also one of those that drive preparations for COP26. And they are focusing really on building coalition across different stakeholders in the society, but focusing really on the robust interdependent relationships. And I believe that that's the future as well. I personally been working within this concept for the last 20 years, step by step evolving the thoughts and experiences and tools to support this kind of interdependent relationship, especially with the focus preserving the network structures, not to go into hierarchical structures. And that, I hope, it could be one of the important tools for addressing the climate change challenges. Okay, I'm not going to go into details of this change also from the perception of who we are from this triangle of victim, savior, and attacker, but I'm sure you already experienced that. We're pulling ourselves out of this drive for power into a building the strength, which is much more related to the qualities like love, collaboration, and truth. I believe I'm almost at the end. So one of the books that I have read, and I'm now working on the Slovenian sort of introduction to the book, because it will be published in Slovenian language too. It's Climate, a New Story. The reason why I really like this book is because the author is very clear in saying that we are using the wrong assumptions. And because we have wrong assumptions, our debates and our results are not delivering what they're supposed to. So he's proposing a different sort of set of, how should I say, understandings of the challenge. And it's much more geared towards the laws of nature, Earth as a living organism. And those that know me well, you know that why this book resonated so much with me. I've been writing about that since 2006, working on this, like every organization, every structure to be treated like a living organism. And then all of a sudden you behave completely different toward structures as well. And they become part of the living systems. So with that, let me just conclude with a couple of challenges regarding the climate action today. First, let me start with the positive ones. I'm very much convinced that the burst of green innovation in technology and networking will deliver some very tangible results. Circular economy is gaining, and we should be all happy about that, because the mindset is changing through this concept of circular economy, understanding that the codependency is much better than in a linear formats. A lot of sporadic activities all over the world. Wherever you go, in every country really today, you will find projects that are already trying to improve the quality of life and trying to lower the negative externalities that we have towards the nature. There is growing awareness in a forum of we need to act, and also in a forum of we can only make a difference together, basically working towards a planetary consciousness. And the good news is also the financial institutions started to readjust their business models. But I do have to challenge also some elements that I believe we need to do. They are basically, they need to be addressed as well. Let's put it this way. First is a very strong wake-up call, which I should not call a negative one, but a positive. It should be on the positive side, which is people are contributing to climate change. This is a very clear statement from the IPCC. Nobody can overlook it anymore. So we are contributing directly to climate change. But at the same time, I would say governments are weak in keeping the commitments. 4 years political cycles are not working in the support of long-term goals that we all put in front of us for mitigation of climate change consequences. No global governance, no enforcement body. We saw what happened with the SDGs, that commitments were made. The first time ever in the history were signed, committed by governments, but there is nobody who is actually fulfilling the committed goals. Weak assumptions, as we already said before. We pay attention only to what we can measure. What we can measure might not be really the big challenge. And I would just like to prompt one that is really sort of been challenging me for the last 6-7 years, is that we are only so much talking about CO2 emissions, but not much about deforestation and the other gases that are a consequence of ice melting, which might be even by a bigger elephant in the room than the CO2. And I was told many times that the reason why we're dealing only with CO2 is because that's the only thing that we can really measure. So you see where the serious challenge comes from. No matter how much we then do in this aspect, we might be addressing only a little small piece. Lack of structural reforms. All current recommendations are geared towards mostly towards technologies, towards taxations, towards some let's say basic business modeling as well, but we don't see really in any calls for proposals a call for organizational reinvention, for social reinvention, to pay more attention to structures within which we try to deliver results. So I think that has to be included in the future documents. So organizational redesign, system reinvention, and especially as part of the public investments as well. And we've seen that financial institutions started to listen. So let's push them that they also pay attention within what kind of structures these investments are happening. And because of that, of course, we need a lot of innovation in behavior, politics, societal organization. And maybe one of the solutions could potentially be global evolutionary labs for active learning, so that we go away from static structures and we really start addressing dynamic structures based on chaotic, ambiguous, and unpredictable models, and start feeling comfortable within them. Yuri, I used my time. I prepared something for mobility, but might discuss this at some other time because mobility is one of the very important drivers. And I prepared one slide where you can see what's happening right now in the world of mobility. I see the light, but what I've just said before applies to transport as well. It will not be enough just a new type of energy or a new type of propulsion system or a new type of service. We will have to rethink the way how the society is organized and then prepare the mobility models that will fit the needs of the society. But we're walking in this direction. People have already taken actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Violeta. Very interesting indeed. Fully fledged overview of some of the drawbacks that we may be overlooking at this point when reaching to hopefully better structured global governance. Please, questions, ladies and gentlemen. I would have a very straightforward question, Violeta, for you. While others are warming up, in the morning we discussed the broad agenda of the upcoming COP26, and transportation and mobility is one such area that can provide a significant impact in a relatively short period of time, if of course treated globally and from the right perspective. And as you have prepared some thoughts on that, and but you have respected your time, I would kindly invite you to get back to this topic because it's definitely relevant, and your privileged experience may help us understand where we stand.
Okay, then let me go back to that topic. First of all, I'd like to say that transport is like energy, and similar, especially transport and energy are very similar ones, have a very long cycles within which they can transform based on the current business practices. For example, just the depreciation cycle of a ship or an airplane or a train is between 25 and 30 years. So that's one of the reasons why EU, when we were preparing this first draft of EU climate change strategy 2050, we took 30-year cycle to have even, to even attract the attention of business owners and managers to come to the table and discuss. I know that this is kind of poor excuse when you're talking about survival or not survival, but I think even the engagement dynamic needs to be developed. So yes, let's push it now more in a much faster way, but the transport sector, we said, okay, let's first really build the capacity. There was no knowledge. There was really no knowledge about and awareness about this climate change issues and the contribution that each of them brought. So a big eye-opener was when for the first time we were able to calculate negative externalities from transport, and they were 1 trillion euros per year, which is almost 7% of the EU GDP. So that was a shock for everyone, including myself. And when this report went out and everybody was able to see the net contribution, all of a sudden there was much more attention, and they wanted to now move from why to how. Yeah, first how and then what. So what EU is doing, and this was, I could not push further, and I already mentioned before, was focusing mostly on the technologies. Technology, because that was tangible. Investors knew, understood the logic. You could measure, you could calculate. But soon we realized that technology without a serious structural change is not delivering. For example, electrical cars are causing just more congestion. Yeah, so it cannot be a solution, even though, let's say, it was using renewable energy, but it's not addressing the problem. And we, of course, didn't imply immediately circular economy concepts. So it's something that should not just be missed today. That yes, first was really capacity building in bringing awareness, but now we need to push for bigger changes. We need to really talk daily, not only about how we're going to store electrical energy from renewable sources, but really how we're going to reshape the society, how we're going to readjust our cultural behavior, our identity, in order to be more sustainable and to be much more climate neutral. For example, if we check and here, let me first say that lack of political commitment and vision is again very much present. At the same time, we are missing multimodal nodes, this connectivity, the connectors that I talked before about, the net of the nets in infrastructure are even more important. And for that, you need regulation and you need standards. And what is happening, and this is my personal, still personal sort of pain or insight, because the lobbyists were so strong that many really good solutions were just not implemented because lobbyists were stronger than the rational mind. So I hope that will not be completely forgotten. That's why we need public discussions. That's why we need to make sure that things are done in a transparent way, and that we can really ensure interoperability, and then the governance that shows the actual effects, not only on a particular pillar, but on a system as a whole. What is good is that service sector pushed forward. So we have mobility as a service, which is again based on more sophisticated transport management systems, and that is pushing like micromobility in the cities. That is going in the right direction because cities were choking, and the mayors saw the immediate effects of that. So we see there, but again, it's just technology. We're not designing cities enough for a less nature sort of less negative effects. So that is again coming back. So go back to the drawing board, design the cities better, then really design the business models, and then bring the technology on board. Right now, we are still very much in this operational mode, but the strategy stays. Bring more renewable energies into transport, push for trains and high-speed trains on the major routes, improve the micromobility and improve the intercity connectivity, possibly again with trains or with aviation where trains are not suitable. So, but we haven't got further than that, not yet.
Thank you. Please, Eva.
Yeah, I don't know if this is exactly part of this topic, but I have a question about, for example, a business, and you're a business owner and you would like to contribute back, you would like to give back. So like a % of what you earn, you would like to give back. So then like aviation is investing into the less CO2, some people are planting trees, then there are researchers how that makes sense and doesn't make sense. Like right now, what can a company concretely do to give back to, like, what would be right now the best way to even think about this giving back as a business today, business owner?
Well, my perspective is that at this point, still any action is better than no action, because we're still in a process of capacity building and in awareness building. But what you can do back first, use circular economy as the basic model and transform as quickly as possible into circular economy. That then you will not need to, buy your green bonds or whatever to balance your negative output. I think this is just prolonging the painful process of transformation. I understand that some cannot, as I said before, you know, that they have a long depreciation cycles, but here the interventions with incentives can help. But please don't find excuses that you will plant trees and then you can do with your business whatever you want. I think that is not the right way to go in the future. Governments are, of course, thinking about taxation. Taxation always sort of hurts whenever implemented. But I think the true change will come when people will change here, when we will change here inside, you know, and then we will not need any of many of the tools that we are now developing, if truly inside we will understand that this is about our existence and our survival. But you have many options. You can, you know, buy, you can plant trees, you can trade with CO2 emissions, technologies. But the really important thing is the internal transformation in your heart and in your soul. It's like, you know, the same challenge we have with gender equality. Do you really play or support gender equality on the paper, or do you support it in your heart? And we saw what happened in Turkey at the visit of von der Leyen and Michelle, when we saw firsthand that, you know, we probably are only on the paper, and it's going to be many more years before we're going to feel it in our hearts.
Well, so you're saying if you want to contribute, please transform. Don't bring flowers once a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Werner?
Yeah, okay, thanks. So just 2 comments on this question of how to give back best possible. So first of all, it's depending on in which area. So with regards to CO2, of course, it's planting trees or investing in projects that are made to take out CO2 of the atmosphere. And if you're going to do it in a more holistic way, I would recommend to start a little bit the B Corp organization, because I would say the leading companies that are part of this movement of being a B Corp, they are leading the way also in the sense of how best possible giving back to society. So, and one of the most famous examples again is there for Patagonia, this outdoor brand. What they are doing, I would say, is a role model for other companies, being a vital business, but being also within environmental boundaries and social boundaries. So that's my comments to this question.
Can I just comment back, Werner, and ask you? I'm very careful about this pharma around capturing the CO2. That is direct intervention with the rules of nature, the way how nature works. And somehow I don't have trust in any artificial intelligence systems that they will know better how to balance the natural systems than the nature itself. So, and CO2 directly affects the plankton in the oceans, and we know that oceans are the ones who actually deliver most of the oxygen and also capture most of the CO2. So before we jump too quickly on a high speed carrying on the captured CO2 strategy, let us be a bit careful. It's an easy solution for a very complex problem. And I'm just afraid that once we start messing with the generic mega models of the Mother Nature, which we have no clue how they operate, that we might cause even bigger problem than the climate change as we know it today.
Thanks for this. And I just went the short way. So it was just a shortcut, my answer. Doing carbon management rightly, it starts with avoiding carbon by any means and by all means. this starts with getting to know where your footprint is or how big it is. So scope 1, scope 2, okay, that's the easy part, but then also being aware of all the scope 3 emissions and then limiting it by all means, and then thinking about the rest remaining emissions, what can be done. So that's the normal way. But of course, for me, it's also legitimate at the end of this 3-step approach to offset within projects that are meaningful. And I'm an economist and a technician, so I have 2 hearts, and both are pumping very heavily for saving the earth and for climate crisis, for solving the climate crisis. And so please don't get me wrong in saying, okay, we can offset and everything is fine. No, it will not happen and it will not solve us. We need to do the first steps or the steps before in the right order.
By all means, but I've seen in my political practice how easy it is to jump on easy solutions that politicians understand, and then they become the mainstream solution, and the consequences are completely unpredictable.
Yeah.
So let's exhaust all other sources before we even think about that seriously. I mean, this is something we have no clue really what will bring if we get too much into it.
I think, Violeta, your point really adds to the synthesis that Christoph Pündmann made this morning about sinks and carbon capture, showing the same, I mean, pointing at the same type of problems, actually, maybe with different wording, but I believe that you both, even though you were not both in the room at the same time when speaking, actually you add to each other. So it's really, I mean, at the same time, I don't think this contradicts Werner's points, because he's saying anything you can do, of course, to contribute to mitigating climate and resource crisis has to be done at any point, even before we can really transform fully to making less impact. But at the end of the day, we need to transform. Obviously, we need to abandon technologies, and also not just technologies, also societal contexts that are actually harmful. And societal context means values, it means systems, it means relationships that are actually harmful in the mid and the long term. There's one more hand by Vesna, please.
Yeah.
And also Nena, I think is Nena would also like to say, right? I think so. You're first, Vesna, and then Nena.
Okay, thank you for the word, Yuri. Yeah, Violeta, do you have any background about who is mainstreaming these zero carbon technologies? So now we have like all these different technologies. So some are becoming more popular than another. And I know the goal is, yeah, very positive, but at the end we still live in the capitalistic world, and we still have these industrial giants and powerful lobbies. So I wonder who is deciding these kind of methods, and for example, why are we not embracing some other healthy, holistic methods to make our societies carbon neutral? Violeta?
seems that she has lost connection.
Yeah, we have lost Violeta for.
I thought it was me.
No. We lost her. We lost her. We are
Because
looking for
Yuri, you were
Violeta.
also so static, so I was
Yeah,
like, okay.
okay. No. Maybe we are. Well, maybe she will. I think she will reconnect as soon as she can. Nena, let's summarize for later. Vesna, your question was how I'm going to simplify. Violeta's writing me an SMS. Let's see what she's saying. But you're actually saying that what can we do against the incumbent stakeholders that are too strong enough to prevent change, right?
I don't think I'm not talking about preventing change. I'm talking about all the powerful companies that are making the change. So some of them are really much, like supported. And they are kind of they are the ones that we rely on to make our societies the carbon neutral. So I would just, my question was to ask Violeta whether she knows on how are these companies decided, how can we, that are getting so much power to really to really carry on the transition towards a zero carbon society.
Yeah, but I mean, do you think they are decided by somebody else, or they just do?
So I'm not sure if the lobbies are really so powerful. Their lobbies are so powerful because there are other methods that we can make our societies more carbon neutral. But I'm also thinking, like, they are using the capitalistic world and capitalistic methods to really promote themselves. And now it's a really big niche to make, our society carbon neutral. So they're very well using this niche. So I'm just not sure about, so much of the intentions.
So you're actually questioning you're questioning good intentions of the front runners.
Well, they have a goal, right? They have a goal, but it's maybe like a pharmacy or something like this. I see them like pharmaceutical companies, or
Okay, I understand where you actually have opened a big Pandora box, but okay. And then Violeta says she will come back as soon as she can. So let's take Nena's question as well, and then we will go on with the program and take these questions later in the next debate. Nena?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I heard a word which is very important in my opinion, that is awareness. And we are talking about awareness in business sector, but I would like to hear how to raise awareness in general public as well. Because big companies can change, but if the behavior of the general public won't, then I don't know if it's possible to get to the goals we would like to. So how to raise awareness in general public and how to transform the behavior of general public.
Okay. Let me ask you back. Do you think the general public is ahead of the current state of social systems, or is it behind?
I think it's very different between generations. I think that younger probably are at one point, like the older generations would need a bit more support, and that is the generation collaboration that will be very important. It's just that maybe there is also different, of course, if we take it globally on the poverty and what you are able to get into. So it's just about how to, especially for circular economy. I'm from an AGO dealing with general public. So my question is how to present to a normal person circular economy in a way that a person will understand what is important to change.
Okay, thank you for this. And of course, everybody is invited to think of the challenges said by Nina and Vesna. And meanwhile, I would like to proceed with the program, and we'll come back to these questions. Hopefully when Violeta will be with us again. The next to speak is Werner Köstler, experienced professional and the business advisor, manager, business advisor in the field of sustainability. He has served in several industries, those ones that can actually provide the most of the impact, right, Werner? I'm sure you will be able to say something more about that. And of course, we would like to hear from you and your suggested readings. How do you interpret how we can resolve things there where they make the most of the impact? Please, Werner.
Okay, so thanks again for the invite. It's really a big honor for me speaking here. Can you see my screen already?
It's coming up. Yes, now we can see it.
Okay. Again, it's a big honor speaking here and discussing with you. It's a very good, it was and is still, it's a very good idea to have this discussion, this 5 minutes about my book. So I kept the title, whereas the content I amended due to the last requests that were sent out to me. And basically I will speak about 2 main topics. So firstly about this topic of COP26 and what we will see most likely as an outcome. And then secondly, I will briefly speak about my favorite books and readings, just to give you a short overview. I will just touch surface. Overall, I will focus on solutions, not on problems. So because I'm an optimist by heart, and therefore I like to see solutions and present solutions and to invite others to contribute. So this slide you have already seen in Christoph's presentation. So it's about the scenarios we have in front of us with regards to climate change. And the key message here is that every ton of CO2 will add to climate and to global warming. Therefore, by all means, we have to avoid CO2 emissions. Most importantly, in the race to zero are 2 sectors. So one, of course, is the building sector, because we know that the building sector is contributing 36% to CO2 emissions. Therefore, the EU has launched programs for member states to be implemented on renovating buildings for greener lifestyles. So there will be a lot of money available and given to those companies and also to the public being willing to renovate. There are clear targets embedded and addressed. And we can already see a lot of change there. So I'm in contact with big companies providing technology for building renovation, and they are all reporting that there is a lot of demand for heat pumps, for example, and for isolation, and so it's getting traction. And this also embeds or is embedding a lot of opportunities for circular economy. Definitely, because if you are renovating building, or if you are destroying old ones and building up new ones, you can use the already existing materials in those old buildings and can revamp it. And what's also stated in this IPCC report, maybe overread or not highlighted enough, is a new insight that also concrete is storing CO2. So it's not just producing CO2 when in the furnaces, in the kilns, but it's also then taking out CO2 due to these technical chemical processes. And there are investigations in producing green cement. So if you're not burning cement with fossil fuels, but with hydrogen, for example, then it's possible to have a neutral, even a negative impact out of buildings, just as one positive example. So there's light at the end of the tunnel. Then the second topic I want to briefly touch is the energy sector itself. Of course, it's the elephant in the room with almost 3/4 of CO2 contribution. So it's hugely important to decarbonize the energy sector, mainly the CO2 resulting out of coal. We know that there are, not only in Europe, but globally, a lot of countries still using coal to supply their grids. And therefore, it's of most important, of highest importance to take out the coal. And 2 steps are necessary. So the first step definitely is to be more efficient. So on a global scale, we know that the big coal plants, they are very, very low in efficiency. So the transformation from the energy content in the coal finally ending in the grid is it's very very poor. So therefore, efficiency increases is very much important. And on European scale, it's not that worse, but also not good enough. So we have to increase efficiency and we have to transform to renewable energy. There are also targets are set by the EU, and there is also a lot of funding and money already available for helping in this transition. And also this is offering a lot of opportunities from a circular economy point of view. This is just an example of how an energy system of the future should look like. And each of those 14 numbers can offer opportunities for circularity aspects. And one of the most important I would like to address here is the aspect of rare earths, or of rare earths. We know that for especially energy storage, but also for electric engines, we need these materials, and we already have a lot here in Europe, but we do not have yet the technology to fully recover them. So we are still dependent on China and other countries where those are originally sourced. And thinking about the future, I would recommend that we look on these materials more closely to start better recycling loops. And this would then give us the opportunity to ease the pain of being dependent, not on countries. We have yeah, we cannot manage, let's say. So from a dependency of oil-rich countries or gas-rich countries, moving into a dependency on scarce material-rich countries, I would say it's not the best way. So therefore, when changing into renewable energy, we also have to solve the problem with circularity on scarce materials. And breaking this down on tangible doings. So there are 3 principles of how to improve the circularity in the energy industry. And this principle we have already used in an assessment of a big Austrian energy provider. And it's very interesting to see these theoretical models in play when really discussing with a client on how they can transform their business into a future-proof one. And I would like to apply this methodology more often in the future, because I think it's a very stringent way forward, and it would help in a bigger scale to decarbonize the energy sector. So that's the insights into the topics of energy transition. And now I would like to speak a little bit about my bookshelf and my reading list. So that's my real one in the background of my office. And the books I just want to briefly touch are very much related to the core, meanwhile also kind of a philosophic point that needs to be discussed. We already touched it in the morning session with this growth debate. So therefore I can recommend Václav Smil's book Growth. So it's really tackling all the aspects of growth and the limits of growth that are naturally given. And then my second, or almost my favorite book, is The Donut Economics, because it's providing solutions to the state where we are in on a global scale. It's very much linking the topics of boundaries we are facing on Earth and how to avoid to overcoming or overshooting these boundaries. And it's a very tangible, there are very tangible solutions in, and there are already cities and companies trying to live within this donut economics system. And therefore I can really recommend it to put it on your reading list. Then another book that is giving some answers also to questions we have already risen in the discussions already is from Daniel Kahneman, The Thinking Fast and Thinking Slow. It's offering solutions why economists are deciding in a certain way, and also how to overcome this very specific decision making. So that's a very useful book in discussions with hardcore economists or with hardwired thinkers that are still refusing to accept climate change and all the aspects that we have to tackle when it is proceeding in the way it seems it will go. Then a book also full of solutions is Green Swans of John Elkington. He is a very famous writer, and he is one of the first authors and how to say leading managers or leading thinkers of change, and therefore his thoughts are definitely worth being reflected. And then more technical books, because it's this is one of Boston Consulting advisors, so it's beyond great, and it's linking company thinking in a modern way to what needs to be done. So one aspect there is you need to go also beyond just doing enough. It's really proposing doing good. That's also maybe answering Eva's question on how to contribute to society. So doing good, doing beyond, it's also addressed here within this book. And finally, resource revolution is going into the direction of how to deal with the opportunities, so very management-oriented solution providing aspects within this book. And when I'm really down, so when I have had a bad day, I'm always looking into this book, Drawdown. It's also an organization meanwhile, and it's providing to all the problems mankind is facing solutions, but not just theoretical solutions. There are just solutions in that are already working on a low scale, but proving that it would be possible. And the interesting aspect of this book is that there are also economic figures provided to the solutions. So what if we are doing nothing, how much would this cost, and how much it would cost to apply the proposed solution. And therefore it's a book I'm always reading, as said before, when I'm down and when I need something to bring me up. And finally, that's a link list of sources I'm scrolling almost on daily routine. So it's the Project Syndicate, it's Medium, it's Sustainable Brands, it's Greenpeace, and it's Environmental Leader. So they are providing very good insights, and just having a look on the headlines and then taking into deeper consideration what's interesting or what sounds interesting from the headline. So that's my reading lists, and thanks for listening, and thanks for your questions. If there are any, I'm here to answer and to discuss.
Very well. Thank you so much, Werner. And certainly all your suggestions will become a part of the summer reading list that you will receive later on. Questions, please. Meanwhile, Violeta is back with us. I would just like to shortly comment on this on the energy transition. I think this was a very good synthesis that you have provided. We will engage with circular transformation in the energy sector together with Werner later in this autumn, and I'm really looking forward to that. Please don't hesitate to raise hands and ask any questions. I'm going to get back to the two that we missed to address before. Vesna Lautiger asked or was questioning the real intentions of those leading corporations that pride themselves with the front-running position, let's say, and best practices in becoming green. Is this rather a result of successful lobbying or anything more? I think this was more or less the question. Can we, or let me rephrase that, can we fully accept their appreciation, or and is this enough, what we have been doing, or what these leaders are doing right now, or will we need something more? This was one question, and the other one by Nena, how to raise awareness in the wider audience and engage people into the sustainable transition, and particularly how to explain the circular economy and find a place in the circular economy for the people. She's working for an NGO, and this is what she's currently facing day in, day out. Would you like to discuss this, Violeta? Any of these questions that were addressed before? And now we cannot hear you because you're still muted.
Sorry, just quickly, because I don't want to take Werner's time, but it's corporations, we need to know, are driven by the bottom line. Green today, in most of the cases, already means profit, because new technologies, by definition, are more efficient. But as I said before, technology is only a tool, it's not a goal, and we need to continue to raise the awareness of deeper structural transformation that is needed. But at the same time, when I say that, you see how important it is that we have regulators and governments. And governments are supposed to be working for the benefit of people. We can always question what is the spirit of current politics, but these two forces are constantly seducing each other, and they should constantly actually look for common denominators and joint solutions. And I think that once we really get governments and corporations and societies, meaning citizens, voters, truly transparently involved in collaboration, we will see much better results. As the reports are showing us, we don't have that much time to think about it. What you can do, it's not easy to transform, especially now the habits, the cultural sets that we all have in different parts of the continent. I think Werner was the one who already mentioned that there are different frameworks, cultural frameworks, geographical frameworks within which different approaches need to be used. But once we are supporting each other, acknowledging that we have problems in readjusting, and that this is not easy, it's difficult, really difficult. So then we are already acknowledging a very important awareness, and we can start working on it. I think we just daily have to readjust, daily remind ourselves, our friends, our family members at work. I mean, this is now becoming a mantra of this civilization. And only together, really only together, we can make it happen. And customers need to be merciless. We cannot pardon corporations anymore. We have to be aware as consumers and reject those that don't act. That's how it works. That's why it's a system. It's not a linear step-by-step approach. It's an ecosystem. It's co-dependence and co-influence and collaboration. And that's where this concept of a global living labs is coming from. And that's what I hope we will continue to push for.
Yeah. Very well, thank you.
Thank you so much, Violeta.
Addresses both of you, actually. To Werner, could you maybe relate, based on your overview of the energy sector, and related high impact sectors, how likely it is that we can still pursue one of the favorable scenarios presented earlier today by Christoph? Is there, I mean, they are viable, let's say, from what you're saying, they are viable, I would conclude, but what do you think is missing, and what will decide?
So what I see is that the financial sector is speaking more and more about stranded investments or stranded assets. So there is an divestment going on. So this shareholder pressure is increasing. We have seen this in the last couple of months, and so that's my hope. So that's this de-investment led by BlackRock, for example, will continue, and that there will just remain some some companies, and therefore this decarbonization will be at the beginning strong enough. So if it's in the long run enough, I'm not sure, and if it's fast enough. So that's the big question. But as it seems, the financial sector, I would say, is the most important stakeholder in this with regards to this.
Very good. So in short, we can say that the agenda at COP26 reflects quite well the impact areas, and certainly any transformation would mean not fueling the bad habits anymore, and give way to the new ones. Any other question? Yes, please, Werner, please.
So there are many, let's say, sites or hints to this or on this. So first of all, it's about the fact that this de-investment is ongoing. So then we have, so that's the shareholder pressure. Then we have, of course, regulations already, EU taxonomy, for example, and we will see this in other areas, geographical areas as well. Then we have a discussion about CO2 taxation, which makes it all more unattractive to invest in fossil fuels, because they are then not as competitive as renewable resources are. And this is adding up to my more than hope, my let's say positive view that this de-investment will definitely take place. So this leave it in the ground initiative might at the end of the day be successful.
Very well. Thank you. Vesna is next to speak, and Vesna also has a question. So please.
So I will start with a question. So yes. I see the policies to reduce the carbon emissions really focused on energy and transport and so on. But at the same time, I feel like other fields like agriculture and forestry are being neglected. So, for example, the agriculture and forestry are creating as much of greenhouse gas emissions as transport. Mm-hmm. So now we want to have, I don't know, zero diesel and gas cars on our roads. But at the same time, there's not much done, or at least I cannot see, in our eating habits and our agriculture habits. So agriculture methods or, livestock and so on. So on some meetings, I've also seen that some countries, they just measure the emissions of the CO2, but not the methane, which is like a more, has a bigger greenhouse effect than the CO2, even though, of course, every country has some agriculture areas, but they are mostly focusing on industries and electricity emissions from the electricity sector. So why is that? So here again, I would like to connect this question with my previous question. So why are some policies like is technology, right? Or is it lobbying, you know? Some technologies are really so enforced, but on the other areas, we are just neglecting.
But the EU Green Deal is, of course, also tackling the food sector and agriculture. So from farm to fork is definitely addressing this area. And it's not that it's really neglected. It's maybe not yet that popular in media. And maybe you have also followed the actual media. So VW has announced that it will make one meatless day in their canteen per week. And this raised a big discussion. Even the former chancellor of Germany had risen his hand to addressing that. That's kind of a no-go, which just fired the discussion, or put oil into the discussion. So I think there are different levels or different forums of discussion, but it's not that those other sectors are not yet in the focus. So maybe they are, and they are addressed in the Green Deal. There are targets behind. There are discussions ongoing. Therefore, I'm sure that we will see also there positive outcomes.
I truly hope so. I truly hope so, because right now I don't see much of effect of any of their decisions. If they've already made them, I don't see any of their,
No, it's the outcomes not yet. That's definitely too early. That's what I also fear, that we are running out of time, that we are still discussing when we have to have made decisions already. So if we are again discussing 10 years about a change in agriculture, then it's too late. Of course, we have to speed up in making decisions, and also in executing then what we have agreed on. And I fear, honestly speaking, that we see some more summers with fires, with floods, unless we are really going to change what's needed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Werner.
Thank you very much, Werner. Indeed, very important contribution to this seminar, and to the summer list. I'm thinking through this seminar that we should actually establish some kind of a constantly updated reading list, and this could be a very good starting point. So the richness of contributions of all of you, I think, can make this happen. So we are going to contemplate that, and I hope you will be willing to support such an initiative. Vesna, please take us to Japan now.
You know, Yuri, I think I'm living very near you. So I think, yeah, maybe almost like neighbors. Okay, but let's go back to Japan. Yeah, so I don't have any, I did not provide any comprehensive reading list because honestly, I did not have that much time to read any good books on circular economy. It's mainly just scientific papers. But I would like to introduce you some of the facts from the 3 papers that are listed here. Well, one is our book chapter that we developed and where we presented the policies and practice of sound material cycle society in Japan. So basically in Japan, they don't call it circular economy, they call it sound material cycle society. The second and the third one are the papers about regional circulating and ecological spheres. So which is a really nice concept, and I'm really looking forward to present you this one because I really believe it could be. It's also a really nice idea also for Slovenia and elsewhere. About my institute, so the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies is an institute in Japan, and we are dealing, well, we are doing the research and providing policy recommendations on 3 topics, climate change, circular economy, and preserving our ecosystems. So circular economy in Japan, it's in initial stage. It's mostly recycling, focusing on the recycling. So right now it's still missing some parts on, for example, industrial symbiosis or behavioral change to really make the circular societies and so on. So here you can see like the list of some policies, but they are really mostly focused on recycling. So how can we recycle most? However, here I will just show you some really nice examples on design for environment. So Japan is really good in recycling PET bottles. So they also developed one guideline on how, for example, PET bottles can be designed to increase their recyclability. So you can see here that the label is not PET material, so it's a different material. They cannot be recycled together. But this label can really be easily pulled off. So at the end, you have only the PET bottle, which is most of the time just transparent. And this is another really good example. Japan is really good also in recycling electronics. So the recyclers and the manufacturers of electronics, they really communicate among each other, so that the producers of electronics design their products in a way that can be really easily dismantled and recycled. So the recyclers are then putting the feedbacks to the manufacturers on how to make their products easier for them than to recycle. So this is a really nice cooperation between recyclers and manufacturers. And then another example that I would also like to show, as you know, Japan makes really a lot of very good cars. And not all parts of the cars can be recycled, or some are very difficult to recycle. For example, automobile shredder residue, CFCs, AFCs that are used for cooling. So because of that, the Japan enforced a tax that basically everyone has to pay. If you buy a car, everyone has to pay, and this tax is then used especially for recycling of these parts and components that are hard to recycle. So these are just some examples from our book chapter on how Japan is promote, or how Japan is doing in the transition towards the circular economy. But you can find more once it is published. Now it's still in press, so I can share it then with you if you would like to see more of these kind of examples. But right now I would like to jump into another topic. It's called, it's a concept that is native to Japan, and it is really well already enforced in Japanese policy. So it's called the Regional Circulating and Ecological Sphere, which was developed by IGES, so our institute's president and its co-workers. And it's very advocated by IGES, and it's very close to me as well. So this concept says that the sustainable societies envisioned as 3 societies. It's low carbon, it's a circular society, and it's society living in harmony with nature. And I just also proposed this concept to the Ministry of the Environment in Japan. So now it was included in the environmental plan, and it now serves a foundation for Japan to really build the sustainable society there. And there are 2 main important things in this concept. One is to create self-reliant society, and second, to make decentralized society. What it also tries to do is to connect a rural environment with the cities. So right now, you know that everything, all the economies and everything is happening in the cities, while the rural areas are facing depopulation, aging population, decrease in revenues. So we have to revitalize these areas and really connect the rural environments with the cities. So the rural environment can then provide the natural resources to the cities, and cities are providing funds and human resources, and this would have to be more strengthened, and they would have to collaborate more. So this is also what this idea wants to enforce. And I will just explain now this RCS in one example of Shimokawa town. So Shimokawa town is situated in Hokkaido Island. So it's like on the north of Japan. It's very cold there. And Shimokawa town was, as I explained before, was really facing in a rural area. So it's not really a big city. So young people were moving out, going to Tokyo, Osaka, finding jobs and so on. So the town really faced depopulation. There were only old people were staying there. Until the point when they when they even faced the fact that maybe they will have to merge with other towns, so they would even lose their identity. So they decided to be more to invite more economic activities in the Shimokawa town. But how to do that? So they looked within the town and said, okay, what do we have here? What can we offer? What are our resources? So not just natural resources, but also human resources. What can we utilize? And they said, okay, we have lots of forests. So 90% of this Shimokawa town or this area is forests. So they wanted to build their economy on sustainable economy on this. So to create additional value in all dimensions, economic, social, and environmental dimension. And the people there, they designed a grand design, so-called grand design, to really attract new companies, job opportunities, younger people to the city, and to increase the income from the forest and wood-related activities. So they were not like, we don't have any economic activities, we need foreign investors, but they really try to use, okay, what the resources they have there, the knowledge they have there, or even invite knowledge from the outside. And they really obtain exceptional results. They also got Japan's first SDGs award and other awards like Eco Model Award and so on. So they use the forest biomass, which is produced by using the branches, leaves, tree tops, thin wood generated in the process of felling and logging. To create a biomass to become energy more self-sufficient. And you can see from this graph, after they started these activities in 2016, their energy self-sufficiency increased until 50%. And with this, of course, there is really cold. They have really cold winters, so they increase the number of units of the woody biomass boilers. With this, the fuel cost savings dropped. They had reduced the CO2 emissions, so all good things happened with it. And also, yeah, their forests are managed sustainable. They are managing it in a traditional way, and also they were accredited with FSC accreditation. And it's really nice how, you know, when they implemented like this circulation, you know, they had this forest as a resource. When they implemented it, how this really boosted their economy and also their activities, brought new jobs and so on. So as I said, the timber remnants that were used for woody biomass boilers, but they also had unformed charcoal. They used it then as a soil enhancer and to melt the snow. Then after logging, there are a lot of fir needles left on the ground. So they used it, and they started making essential oils and some aromatherapy products, which created new jobs, provided more revenue. Then, of course, they have forests. They started making local products. And masters also from outside of this area were really coming to this area, started living in these areas to really make some products out of wood. They started a forest-based environmental education programs which last 15 years, because they really want their children to like internalize the environment they have there and bring them closer to the forests. And with this, the chance that these young people will stay here and continue the traditional work will be increased. And they started some forest healing projects and whatnot. There is another district a little quite far from the Shimokawa center. It's called Ichinohashi village. This one was basically had maybe the worst situation, as more than half of the population was over 65 years old. All the industry or the activities went out. So they used the national program, Japanese program that puts some teams from outside cities and towns to support local activities and help to create new community businesses. So some startups started growing in this area. And again, they wanted to look what is there available, and utilize what is there. So there are now some businesses that are cultivating the shiitake mushroom. They started with a travel sale vehicle. So there were a lot of old people and not many shops. So they started using this vehicle to really bring some goods around. Then they also have a lot of herbs around, so they also utilize this. So they even started a medicinal herb testing lab. And the new startup started business using the organic, using the herbs, and they are making now the organic cosmetics. So here you can see just some really amazing results. So first of all, the population did not drop. So that is already an achievement for the village like this. Then percentage of, more people, more young people moved in. The companies, the number of companies raised from 0 in 2011 to 5 in 2016. Before they had 0 employed persons. In 2016, 33, and their revenues also significantly increased due to these activities. So to me, it's really nice that what can towns do to really foster the circular economy. So it's not only on the companies, but also it all started with a very good plan, with very good design, utilizing what there is, using it sustainably. Yeah, here we go.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Go, please. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, decentralization, to me, it's a very good approach in how to make our societies or communities more sustainable. But it's also some questions started to emerge for me. So we are still in a globalized world, right? How does this global economy affect this decentralized circular economy? So decentralized, it could be like a region, or it could be like a nation. But for example, let's say the Netherlands wants to become 100% circular in 2050, but in global economy, how will they do that? Then also, how does decentralized circular economy affect the global economy? So let's just imagine or hypothesize that we really have these decentralized circular economy systems, but this for sure would have the effect on global economy and global trading. But then we also have trading agreements. Then effects on trading countries and their societies if countries become self-sufficient. So now, for example, I don't know, we are trading with Africa and we are exploiting their minerals there, which provides them some jobs, but it's not very, not good to environment, not good to the people there. But if we, for example, let's consider that we become self-sufficient in the minerals, we just recycle, we are self-sufficient with, let's say, lithium, then we, I don't know, stop trading with these countries. So effects on this. Then also fate of particular companies due to decentralization, because maybe the trading will be decreased. Then effect on product diversity. So maybe there are lack of products, and this I can see very well in Japan. For example, they decided not to have high diversity. They decided to only sell fruits grown in Japan, and they don't have enough of space to actually grow the fruits. So the fruits are very, very expensive, and they don't import. So basically I cannot find some fruits in Japan that I can find them, I don't know, in Slovenia. So also this would affect the product diversity. And what's also important, if we really want to do the circular economy, if we want to foster circular economy, it has to be really the just transition. So it can also have many negative effects, and we also have to consider what kind of effects this can cause. So these are the questions I'm thinking about, you know, when we have the global circular economy and decentralized circular economy. I think these questions are important to address, and I would really like to talk with you about these questions. I would really like to talk to some macroeconomists, or maybe some corporate lawyer or so on to maybe give me to maybe get some answers from different points of view, and of course from all of you. So yeah, that's all. Here is my email, and I'm happy to Yuri that this event was created so we can connect more with other people.
Very well. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. It was a journey to Japan, and I'm amazed by two lessons. I mean, maybe I could say three lessons from Japan that you have provided. One is the holistic view on the circular economy. This attachment to nature is, I think, something very nice. And then I see quite a number of concrete measures, regulatory measures that engage end consumers, like you know, tax on cars and so on, that really contribute to the system thinking as well and acting. And of course, the regional example related to the demographics on the Hokkaido island. I think these are really great examples that you have provided. So thank you very much for this. Well, questions you have raised are require more than one more seminar. But I'm a little bit puzzled. You know, let me try to comment in general. Some of the questions to actually boil down to one general question that you raise. What will happen with the present order if the circular economy is enacted? Because yes, there are trade agreements. There is a certain system that we have developed, and that but we definitely have to adjust the system, and we definitely want to abandon some practices that don't fit and are opposing the circularity principles if we want to progress, and we definitely see the implementation of the circular practices as a desirable progress. So what will happen? I mean, I hope we will be successful and we will change this as soon as possible altogether. So then they will go away and they will be replaced by something better. So I'm not so much afraid of this. I'm actually looking forward how to do this in not really in a destructive or revolutionary way in terms of, you know, undesired disruption, or rather in a way that transformation can be a positive sum gain and could actually be fast enough. So certainly there are costs to that, and there are questions that to that each of them require quite some deep thinking. For example, what will one thing that you can, maybe if I rephrase, what will happen to the jobs lost in some African countries where people are definitely exploited in the mining of rare lands or rare earths? So, you know, that's certainly a good question to discuss. I think it's a big question, but we need definitely well-equipped people for that. So my general comment would be, let's embrace the transformative approach, and let's seek holistic solutions, participative solutions with the positive sum for all. And let's abandon the bad habits, no problem, or the bad rules, or the old rules, because this is about abandoning linearity. I'm wondering why are you emphasizing decentralized circular economy? Do you see inevitably that the circular economy brings the world apart?
So the example that I presented, the Shimokawa town, is an example of decentralized circular economy. So they want to depend on their own resources, and they want to become more self-sufficient. So I think this is also a very good way on how to become sustainable. As, for example, we already mentioned like food to fork, right? It's one example. Or like, I don't know, Slovenia, we have our own forest, but we have IKEA. So how can this, you know, if you know, or Shimoka, or for example, Shimokawa now, right? They are making their own products and they rely on their own resources. So they are self-sustained. They want to become self-sustainable. So they are not inviting IKEA there. So, you know,
yes, but IKEA is transforming substantially as well. So
yeah, I know that IKEA is a good company. So I know their policies. I know they are doing some good work, but it's just, this is what I mean by decentralization. So because to have the units, to go as little as possible, to have the units sustainable, and to have the units self-reliable, self-sufficient.
Okay. Self-sufficiency. Okay, but I mean, self-sufficiency in material circles, for example, may not prevent us, or may not be enough. So I would not be so afraid
of course,
you know, of bringing the world apart. That's what I'm saying. Because
I think it's not bringing the world apart, because every region tries to be as much as self-sufficient as possible. But of course, they cannot have all the resources. So there is partnerships. There you always have the partnerships then with other regions, and also the national partnerships. But what you can do to utilize your resources to do it there on the spot.
Maybe one thought or comment from my end. So,
yes, please.
In the energy sector, we are already seeing also this kind of microgrids where communities are supplying the energy themselves within this very small grid. Nevertheless, they are also connected to the outer world. And in my opinion, we will see this in the whole circular economy debate as well. So we will have these locally closed loops, but of course also depending on outer bigger loops to fully supply or be supplied with materials this inner smaller community needs for its prosperity. So I think it's not a neither nor, or it's an either, it's an and as well. So
we will not. I don't think we can challenge the rule of David Ricardo. You know, the famous classic economist who demonstrated the positive effects of specialization and trade in trade, and he said the ground for international economics. And so the self-sufficiency or cannot be viewed as autarky. It's definitely beneficial if there is more efficiency in resource management locally, because the effect of transportation is and all negative externalities of provided by transportation are somehow diversified away, and that's very positive. But we cannot limit ourselves only to this, because the circular economy in a very large part is actually service economy. We cannot forget about that. And besides that, it's information and the ideas that will continue to flow and to be exchanged at the global scale. So there are different layers at which these effects are taking place. So I'm not so much afraid of, you know, such a decentralized application of the circular economy. But actually, you raised more than one question. So this is just, you know, particularly addressing one or two of your questions for discussion, which are actually very good. So, so Vesna, you are, I think it would be great if the next time you would be the moderator maybe and ask questions. So as you see, I feel very challenged by your questions. Yeah. Any other comment? Maybe Nina?
I have a question. I find it very interesting, the story of Shinakawa for smaller community also in Slovenia and in Europe. And I was just wondering who was the initiator of the change, where the idea came from. Was the local government, was a civil initiative, how it all happened?
So it was basically citizens of the Shimokawa town. They started this grand design because they faced such a huge depopulation that Japan was considering it, merging the Shimokawa town with other city. But then the citizens wanted to attract more economic activities, but for this they would have to do some changes. So they implemented, they accepted this grand plan designed by the citizens, also by experts, led by, environment to really see what are the opportunities found in the Shimokawa town. And they found that they can build their future on forestry, on sustainable forestry, and utilize it as much and sustainable as possible to grow, basically in all dimensions.
It's a great example that also people can be the difference and make the difference. And it's only industry that we have to wait.
Yeah. So this is also what is really amazing to me. So how the cities, you know, the people in the cities, so the cities can really promote the circular economy and do the changes. So it's not only, sometimes in circular economy, we were just talking about companies. There were no companies there. So, but just the cities started implementing this plan and using, inviting startups and so on. It just started flourishing.
Yeah, very good. A great example. Any other comment? Nina, I think this is actually something that could, in a way, also address your previous question.
Exactly. It's what we are trying.
So it would be great to actually study this more, because it was obviously a political process, right?
Yeah. It was, yes, indeed.
It's a perfect bottom-up approach that shows some results, and it's an example that can work, because sometimes in Slovenia you have the feeling that you are not accepted, or that the bottom-up process are not as much accepted as they should be. And having examples from Japan, which is considered a very developed country, seeing that it's work, maybe can help also Slovenia to develop some initiatives like that.
So I really want to share this idea as widely as possible here in Slovenia. Share this example. So Nina, in the next conference.
Of course.
Why don't you organize the next seminar, Nina and Vesna? That would be a great idea. On the bottom
do
up
you
approaches.
Want some break maybe, or
do you want
proposal?
Some? Sorry, do you want some?
I will leave it. Yeah, I think maybe you want no. I mean, maybe you as a moderator, you maybe want a break, so you want to give this.
No, I would be, you know, amazed, you know, if I could, if you know, I get carried away by, you know, curiosity. So I think the two of you have have arrived at something very interesting right now. So it would be great. We as a Circular Business Academy, we are open to such initiatives. So if you consider this, we can talk about it. We can take this and maybe some other examples of bottom-up approaches and discuss awareness raising and engagement of citizens, customers, and so forth. So it would be definitely very beneficial. Right. We have, I think, to a large extent exhausted our agenda and our attention. Is there another comment that anybody would like to share? If not, I am going to repeat once more my plea to, of course, to share your readings and references. I would like to thank to all the speakers today for their contributions. We will use all these contributions and reading suggestions from other participants for the reading list. Nena and Vesna are challenged to think of the next seminar now, and certainly I hope we see each other soon. There will be an event coming up each month now through autumn by the Circular Business Academy. So please stay tuned and follow our agenda as it develops. And we are also planning to launch a joint program with a partner organization that will be held in English and will be available internationally, and it will be mostly run online like this seminar, which will be focused on the energy sector and will train transformation managers to the circular economy in the energy sector. So there will be interesting things coming up in the very near future. Certainly we will follow the developments in the field of the global climate governance, as we have termed it today, and partner with other associations with which we will continue the dialogue about what we expect from the event in Glasgow in the upcoming months, through the upcoming months. And as you know, the appointment is for the last October and then through the first 2 weeks of November. So thank you so much for your attention. I wish you a nice rest of summer, and I'm looking forward to our next encounters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Me too.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.